Good morning, good afternoon. If you are watching us from a different time zone, welcome to the Atlantic Council. My name is Abbas Kadhim. I am the director of the Iraq Initiative at the Atlantic Council, and we are delighted to have you join us for our third annual conference. The theme for this year, not just for the conference, but most of our work, is the economy and energy in Iraq. And for Iraq, as you all know, the economy is energy, and energy is the economy. So, and definitely we will be touching on other important issues. Prominent among them would be the US-Iraqi relations and Iraq's regional and international relations. And we have a distinguished panel for that. Last time we met, or last year we met for our annual conference, the region started to have a brutal conflict, and a year on, the conflict is still raging, and the region is all interconnected. It is hard to say any part of the region will be spared. But a year later, we have tens of thousands of people who lost their lives, hundreds of thousands or over 100,000 people have been injured, and millions, literally, of people who are either displaced internally or have left their home countries, or they are affected by the hard conditions in the region because of the conflict. We hope that the international efforts, including the leadership of the United States government trying to reach an end or some form of a ceasefire, at least to start reaching a resolution for this conflict, will be successful. And we thank all of the efforts from leaders here in the US, in Europe, and regional leaders trying to accomplish this important and seems to be so far very difficult task. As far as Iraq, we are seeing a complex picture. The country has witnessed a lot of positive changes since we last met for our last annual conference. Infrastructure is being built and getting off the ground. There is a good measure of political stability, and the process of consolidating the democratic governance process is going at an agreeable rate. Iraq had recently a long-awaited election for the provincial councils, and now the provincial councils are back at work after a number of years where they were not functional because of the events in Iraq, particularly the ISIS catastrophe. Now we are looking at provincial councils all across Iraq. In 5 days from now, the Iraqi region of Kurdistan is going to have their elections and a process to form a government for the region. And we wish the Kurdish population and the Kurdish government success in this election, and hopefully we will have a new, more competent, more representative. Always we look at going better, and government and parliament to continue the good work that has been done in the region of Kurdistan for the past years. And also we do have also a process for the election of the Iraq in general, the parliamentary elections scheduled for 2025. There is some talk about possible earlier elections, but I believe at this point we are not going to see any need for early elections. So 2025 is going to be an important year, and we hope to meet next year to talk about that. Also, next year, we just had a good, important agreement between the Iraqi government and the international coalition to defeat ISIS, agreeing that the goals or the main goals of the existence of this coalition have been accomplished. ISIS is defeated, and Iraq and certain members of the coalition are moving this relation from a relation with a coalition to a bilateral relations, and the United States and Iraq have announced that certainly by September 2025 we will see the first deadline of finalizing this, and to be finished or finalized completely by 2026. And we look forward to seeing that accomplished, as well as an agreement to activate many of the other important aspects of the US-Iraqi strategic framework agreement. And that was hard work that was built together by joint committees, but also a lot of it was accomplished by the last visit by Prime Minister Mohammed Shia al-Sudani to Washington. And we were honored to host him in this room and when he visited Washington this year. So that is on the positive side, and there are many other positive accomplishments that this conference will address, but also we and Iraqis do acknowledge that there is also hard work ahead, many challenges, and a lot of unfinished business that Iraq and the international community is trying to, or are trying to accomplish and to finalize. Welcome again. This conference is on the record. It is also, we are delighted to announce that we are providing this conference proceedings in English, in Arabic, as well as in Kurdish. It is a belief that we hold at the Atlantic Council and the Iraq Initiative, and I personally, that the Iraqi Constitution says both languages, Kurdish and Arabic, are official languages in Iraq, and by God, we will, and with God's help, we will always have our events and proceedings in both languages to benefit all our fellow Iraqis. Thank you very much again, and it is our honor to present to you a keynote speech by His Excellency Dr. Hamid Yunus Saleh Al-Zoba'i. Dr. Al-Zoba'i is the Deputy Minister of Oil in Iraq. He has 35 years of experience in the oil and gas field, and he held important positions at the Director General level and also as at the Deputy Minister level, and including his current position as the Deputy Minister of Oil for refinery issues. Thank you again, and look forward to having you throughout the day in this conference.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. سيدات السادة الحضور، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. يسعدني أن أشارك في هذا الملتقى باسم العراق وممثلا عن وزارة النفط العراقية. السادة الحضور، معكم المتكلم دكتور حامد يونس الزوبعي، وكيل وزارة النفط لشؤون المصافي. نود أن نقدم التحية أولا للقائمين على هذه المؤتمرات والمنتديات المهمة التي تعنى في أمور الطاقة. العراق من البلدان المنتجة والمصدرة للنفط، وبالتأكيد يعطي أولوية كاملة لأمور الطاقة، ونعمل بخطى كبيرة لتحقيق التنمية الاقتصادية من خلال ما متوفر من مصادر الطاقة في هذا البلد، بالتعاون مع الشركات العالمية لتطوير وتنمية هذه القطاعات، فضلا عن حرصه على الاستخدام الأمثل للطاقة بكافة أنواعها خاصة النظيفة، مع حرصها على حماية البيئة والمناخ من خلال استخدام الطاقة المتجددة واستثمار الغاز الطبيعي والغاز المصاحب لإنتاج النفط. السيدات والسادة الكرام، يحتل قطاع الطاقة المتمثل بقطاع النفط واستثمار الغاز أهمية كبيرة في الاقتصاد العراقي، وبالتالي يتطلب استثمار أمثل لهذه الطاقة لغرض دعم التنمية المستدامة وتطوير البنى التحتية للقطاع النفطي والقطاعات الأخرى. وسعت الحكومة في تطوير هذا القطاع وتوسيعه من خلال وضع خطة استراتيجية متكاملة طموحة لإحداث تحول جوهري في قطاع الطاقة وتنمية الاقتصاد العراقي. ويعتمد مستقبل العراق على التطور السليم لقطاع الطاقة، حيث ركز العراق من خلال الاستراتيجية الوطنية المتكاملة للطاقة على تعظيم صادراته وإيراداته النفطية من خلال مشاريع ذات جدوى اقتصادية تساهم في تطوير قطاع الطاقة والصناعات الأخرى المتعلقة بقطاع الطاقة التي تهدف إلى
that means to make diversification in our economy. The energy sector is witnessing a very significant development because one of the cornerstones of the national economy, and therefore we would like to develop these sectors to contribute to the national economy and our future in a very significant way. We have the capacities and we can make forward steps in our development. Iraq also is keen to make development in gas, which is part of the energy sector, and we have make many advancements, and we have many significant development projects, and some of those projects has made a very significant development. The ministry is trying to make investment in the associated gas, and we are also this Iraq and all the followed government to attract and to cooperate with foreign companies, and the Ministry of Oil is one of the first ministries after 2003 that supported and incentivize foreign companies so as to cooperate with us, and we have been successful through our giving permissions, and so for attracting American companies, European companies, and those companies works with the native companies in the energy sector, and the current government is also setting plans so as to make investment to cooperate with the international companies to mix between the international experience and native experience in the energy sector. For sure, Iraq is the second largest producer in OPEC organization, and we have a role in making this stability in the energy market, and Iraq is very keen to play an important role in this area and to make that kind of balance between supply and demand, and that will be reflect good for the consumer and the producer, and also for the energy sector, which Iraq gives a very significant importance to it. The Ministry of Oil is going forward to build plans on the longer term and short term, so as to develop the sector of energy and to keep the position of Iraq internationally, so as to make a balance between producing the oil and also to take into consideration the climate change. And Iraq confirms its obligation to all those things internationally, and also to set up the government for increasing the production in cooperation with international companies to develop all energy production from downstream to upstream by using fossil oils, and also to take into consideration the climate change. And Iraq also had many advancement in working according to the international standards, which will have effect on the climate change. It's also about the associated gas. The oil ministry put a plan for that, and we are going to benefit from the gas, whether it is associated gas or natural gas. And we put many contracts with other specialized companies to invest in the associated gas in most of the fields, and also to stop burning the gas by establishing those projects which are under implementation now. And the first project is the investment of associated gas in Al-Basra gas. First is Al-Basra gas with a capacity of 200 million cubic feet, and this project is under implementation from June from this year. And also another investment project in Misan will be in addition to 300 million cubic feet, which I started also in 2024, and also investment in Nasra and Baraka with a capacity of 200 million cubic feet, and Baker Juice is starting that, and it will be concluded in the coming years. Also, there is another project, the Al-Basra NGR, which is in phase 2 with 200 million cubic feet, with many advancement has been made in this project, and it will be concluded in 2025. It will be starting 2025. And the other project is Bitan gas with capacity of 200 million, and also the advancement is so significant now, and it will start in operation by the beginning of 2025. And the other project is Attaw Central with a French company, and this capacity of this project in the phase 1 is 200, and in the second phase 300 cubic feet for investment of the associated gas in these fields, Majnoon field and field number 2 Atuba and Lehis, Wataba, Wasuba. And according to those plans, all these Iraq will start work in 2028 for all those projects by the will of God. Also, there is a project, Bin Umar, with capacity 150 cubic, فيكون بن عمر. This is in addition or in parallel with associated gas, which we are planning to increase its production, like Al-Haqqal field with 200 cubic feet, and Al-Mansouriya field with 200 cubic feet per day, and and all those geographic areas has been united, and in addition to area 5 and 6, in addition in other fields that has been explored in cooperation with specialized companies so as to advance achievement, and in the fields of refinery and manufacturing industries, we have made a significant achievement in refinery and its capacities, and there was the increase within the recent years through increasing the capacity of refining by adding many projects, especially like refinery in Karbala, by adding 400 barrels according to international standards, and this also may taking into consideration with the environment. We reoperate the North Refinery and many other refineries like Al Basra, and the capacities of refining that is added has reached to me 300,000 barrel, and this will be completed in the future, and some of them now in actual operation, and we have some units like Asmara, which is operating now, and Al Basra, and the unit of Asmara is in the middle in Dawra, also is operating now, in addition to Asmara unit in the north. We have a very significant project with the SEC in the south. This project will be in operation by the middle of the next year, in addition to the other projects that has already been operating in the past years, like Salahuddin 1 and Salahuddin 2, and the oil ministry had investment projects that will be implemented by the ministry in the future by establishing investment refinery to support the private sector to come and work in this sector. And eventually we would like to make Iraq as a country that exporting gas products by investment in those projects. I should not forget that the ministry is planning to increase the production by establishing those refineries, which is the basic for this sector, and as part of the petrochemical industry, which will generate other manufacturing units and makes the country an industrialized country and make more revenues. At the end, I would wish success for all participants in this conference, and thank you so much.
Good morning. Thanks so much to the Atlantic Council for inviting me to join this conference as a moderator. I just left State Department a few months ago, and the last meeting I did was with Assistant Secretary Pyatt there was the Iraq Energy Security Dialogue. So it's a great way to kick off my Washington Atlantic Council career here, and so I really appreciate the chance to be here with all of you. I'm really thankful that there's such a distinguished panel, so I know that this conversation can be really, really exciting because I'll be leaning on the expertise and experience of the folks here that are joining me today. So let me just first, what I'm going to do is introduce the panel. We have our three folks here today, as well as two who are out there in the internet who are going to be joining us as well, I believe from France. And so I'll go through introduce them, give them each a chance to talk about kind of the area that they're focused on most specifically in the Iraq energy sector. and then I'll kind of build a discussion from there, and hopefully leaving plenty of time for folks here in the audience as well as out on the internet to put in questions into the app so that we can have an interactive discussion. We've got a full hour and a half to get to really dig in. So I think it's a great opportunity, again, as I said, with the great panelists we got. So I'm gonna just go through, introduce folks briefly, and then get into the conversation. We have Donia Chalabi, who is joining us virtually. She's the Managing Director and Country Chair of Total Energies. She's been leading the Iraq efforts since 2019, over almost 20 years at Total Energies, and a long history in the region, really bringing great expertise and insight from Total, and really looking forward to hearing from her about Total's projects. Oh, hi, I can see you now in the back of the room there. Donia, nice to see you. And down here as well, here we go. I'm just getting the hang of it, so, thanks. But also just really, I think there's gonna be a lot of lessons for all of us about the big projects that you have signed in the last year or so, and for all of us as we're looking at how IOCs and can be better working in Iraq. We have also joining us virtually Julian Perez. Good to meet you virtually. He's a Managing Director at OGCI and OGDC. Brings a lot of expertise in clean tech, climate policies, and working to catalyze the oil and gas industry to be more active in decarbonization of the market. So really looking forward to his perspective, which will be useful as we're looking to understand how Iraq's energy sector, as the Deputy Minister talked about, the importance of the cleaning of the industry. Just tell us a little bit more about, learning more from you about what that means and how that will be going forward. Again, a leading industry expert, we have George Picard, Managing Director and Global Government Affairs and Policy for Global Government Affairs and Policy at GE Vernova. So just great to have him here with his long experience in Iraq. Had a big refurbishment project last year, has been involved, of course, GE has been involved for decades in Iraq, so really bringing a wealth of industry experience to the conversation. And speaking of wealth of knowledge, we have Dr. Sarah Vakshuri, who's founder and president of SVB Energy, strategic consulting firm, SVB Green Access, which is working to provide affordable energy to regions that are grappling with energy poverty. She's also a lecturer at IWP, Oxford, Georgetown, is a real leading light in really offering a global perspective on the energy sector in the Middle East. So looking forward to her perspective today. And then finally, we have Matt Zais, who's Vice President, Government Affairs at Hillwood HKN and non-resident fellow at Atlantic Council, bringing to us the experience of NSC, as the director for Iraq and Kurdistan, U.S. military background, Assistant Secretary at Department of Energy, and working on the US-Iraq Business Council. So just a great perspective to complement our industry, NGO, and academia today. So I'm just really looking forward to all of our experts' insights and to providing a forum for all of you to have a conversation and get their wisdom. So again, thanks for having me on this panel. Thanks for all my distinguished colleagues for joining me here. And I'm just going to kick it off by sending the first question through the screen to Donia here. And I'd like to ask you, after 100 years after the start of Total Energies activities in Iraq, the company is really working to be a pioneer in the country, developing several just massive scale projects. And so I'm wondering, could you please tell us more about how Total Energies is deploying its multi-energy strategy and how it's, what it's doing now and what it's looking to do going forward?
Thank you very much, Henry. Thank you very much for having me. And I'd like to give my big thanks to the organizers for inviting Total Energies to speak in this conference. And I'm very sorry I couldn't make it in person. I would have really loved to be there with you. So yes, you pointed it very accurately, Henry, that the company was born in Iraq 100 years ago. And as you know, the challenges in the industry are now, have been many and are now going towards preparing the low carbon world in which we are facing. And the multi-energy strategy deployed in Iraq is a fantastic example of how we, under the leadership of our CEO, are striving to go to ensuring socioeconomic development, but also having security of supply of energy and electricity in particular. So what's the GGIP about, the Gas Growth Integrated Project? It's that multi-energy project we're talking about in the region of Basra. It's a project that has 4 components. And as I said, its main objective is to provide energy, electricity, clean electricity to the consumer. So we have a gas capturing treatment facility situated in the Ratawi area, where we will be capturing in the first phase 300 million scf of flared gas, turning it into dry gas that will then be turned into power for the local consumer. So that's the first phase. And then we will have the development of an oil field, the Ratawi oil field. This is an oil field which will be increasing in its capacity. It's already a producing field and it will be increasing in its production capacity. But we are endeavoring to have a sustainable, responsible development of the oil that is extracted. We also have a water component, which is the common seawater project that we have, where we intake water from the sea, from the Gulf, and treat it and re-inject it into the reservoirs for maintaining pressure. Now, this will free up sufficiently fresh water for human use, 1.5 million barrels of water for human and agricultural use, instead of fresh water being used for industrial purposes. And then last but not least, another gigawatt of clean power, this time from the solar farm that we are currently constructing. And that solar farm will basically be the largest in the Middle East. We have 22 square kilometers of terrain on which you will have high-tech bifacial solar panels that will be able to provide that clean energy to the grid. So that's all in all the multi-energies example that we're deploying in Iraq. And why is it pioneering? It's pioneering because it recognizes the needs of the host country that has access, needs access, and has now access to electricity. Remember that electric generation capacity is much inferior to the demand of the country. It is also a way of producing oil in a cleaner way and ensuring that the gas, reducing the CO2 footprint of other fields, including other fields. So that allows the Iraqi government to be able to meet its CO2 reduction objectives. It reduces its footprint drastically. And also it will end the routine flaring, at least in the area where Ratawi is, in the southern area of Basra. The use of the fresh water will be reduced for industrial purposes because usually the 5 million equivalent of water that will be treated seawater that will be treated will go into the pipes and into the reservoirs. So other companies will not have the need to go and extract water from aquifers or from rivers and use it for their own oil production. So, and the solar obviously is a no-brainer. It will be Iraq is in the middle of the Sun Belt. So it should be very easy to capture the sun and produce that solar power. I hope I gave you the gist of the project. Multi-energies, because this is where we're living in an area where we need to have low carbon. We need to have a reduction of the CO2 footprint. We need to have a sustainable approach to the industry, and yet we're also producing access to energy and providing economic growth to the area.
Oh, thanks so much for that rundown. I just underscore how important, at least the United States government thinks, speaking in my previous hat, how important this project is, the ambition, the scope, the potential. With my past job at the Energy Bureau, we were working as commercial advocates for your project in most of our interactions with the Iraqi government and other actors, trying to see how we could help support this great project. So thanks for kind of outlining how the project is coming together. Two things before turning over the next to George. First, if there are questions to put them, please put them in at askac.org. And so you can put in your questions, and we can get to them as we get further into the conversation. And the second, just again, before turning to George, I just would, Tonya, back to you. Do you have maybe just a brief insights, advice on how the lessons you learned from the success of this project? Because the project itself, very interesting, very important in Iraq's continued energy evolution and progress. But I think even more importantly, perhaps trying to understand how other IOCs can crack the code to get involved in the way that you have. So any kind of brief lessons learned, advice to maybe food for thought as we're getting into this conversation?
I think, honestly, the first thing that springs to mind is that this project is a result of having listened to Iraqi needs. It's very blatant when you go to the south of Iraq to see how the sky is full of dust and smoke of flared gas. So the fact that, and you can smell it, as soon as you get out of the plane, you smell that air that is full of gases. So capturing the gas was a no-brainer in that when we listened to the Iraqi needs and Iraqi partners, was that we wanted to do something that they would want to have as well. So it's important to listen and to understand where you are. So that would be my first feedback. And the second thing was that because it is born out of that, the negotiations were actually, and deployment today is actually relatively smooth, because we were very clear about the fact that everything has to be done in a governed way and the standards that we are used to. And so far it's been working well for that. And we've been able to deploy the projects. They are ongoing with our Iraqi partners and our Qatarian partners without hitches. So far so good. And again, I believe that the key to that is to be able to accompany the host country's needs, whether it's energy transition, whether it's providing energy to its population, or whether it's to also provide a different example of doing business in a governed way. And this is exactly what this GGIP is demonstrating so far.
Thanks. Very helpful. Appreciate that. And now I'd like to turn to George. And can you just outline for us how you think Iraq can meet its electricity demand and simultaneously achieve its energy security and longer-term environmental objectives?
Sure, Henry, thanks. And first of all, Abbas, thank you to you and the council for pulling together this discussion. And I also appreciate the kind of the comprehensive look at the energy sector. I mean, so much of the discussion around Iraq revolves around the oil and gas sector, which is of course critical to Iraq's future prosperity and growth. But at the same time, you can't just look at that sector while ignoring what's happening in the power sector. Dunia, I think, referenced it quite well. There's a tremendous shortage of electric capacity, and that has an impact on stability, particularly in the southern months and in the summer months and in the southern part of the country. So dealing with that shortage and bringing reliable, affordable, sustainable power to the people of Iraq is absolutely critical. There's a lot that's been done in this space that sometimes gets overlooked, but there has been some pretty significant progress. And my company, GE Vernova, is proud to have played a bit of a part of that, bringing about 19 gigawatts of electricity to the people of Iraq. But at the same time, so much more needs to be done. Abbas, I think you referenced that in your opening remarks. And we can talk more about what's happened in the past, but I think people are far more interested in what do we do from here, really. And there's a couple of things. First of all, as Dunia's project succeeds, as her company's project succeeds, as Iraq does more to produce gas for internal consumption, to wean itself off of Iranian gas for imports, utilizing that gas for domestic power production, that alone is going to have a fairly significant impact, not just on building new generation, but making what is produced a lot more environmentally friendly. Switching from HFO, heavy fuel oil, to gas reduces carbon emissions by about 40%. It has a tenfold improvement on emissions of nitrogen oxides and sulfur dioxides, which would make that air, the poor air quality that Dunia referenced in her remarks, have a really significant impact on that. Iraq, has a very large installed base of gas turbines. We've been working very collaboratively with the Ministry of Electricity to ensure that that installed base actually continues to operate. I mean, while additional capacity is needed, you can't afford to lose what's already online. And there's been so much degradation over the years that many of those machines are operating at less than their rated capacity and are at risk of breaking down. So focusing on the maintenance and the rehabilitation and the upgrading of that installed base is absolutely critical for Iraq's energy security. And at the same time, much of that capacity is operating in what we call in the industry simple cycle mode, which is effectively a machine, a gas turbine running hooked up to a generator to produce electricity. Those turbines produce a heck of a lot of exhaust at very high temperatures, which you can capture to run a steam turbine to produce up to 50% more power capacity with no incremental additional fuel use. So converting that fleet from simple cycle to combined cycle will have a very significant impact. And then the type of technology that you're using. Most of the operating fleet in Iraq is older generation, what we in the industry would call an E-class turbine or an F-class turbine. There have been step changes in the efficiency of the technology where a combined cycle plant using state-of-the-art H-class technology can operate at about 64% efficiency, versus 35% of an E-class operating in simple cycle mode. So again, you start to see the impact that some of these efforts can have. There's a lot that needs to be done to strengthen the grid, the transmission and distribution system. Building substations. We've added 30 substations to Iraq over the last several years. Building an interconnection with Jordan so Iraq can import additional power from Jordan as opposed to Iran. The next step would be to build an interconnection with Saudi Arabia as well. The minister referenced the need for renewable electricity, and Dunia's project again is focused on solar. So additional solar capacity in Iraq is absolutely essential as you continue to build out and improve what's happening in the natural gas segment as well. Software to make those electrons flow across the grid more efficiently and optimally, predicting where maintenance is required or where problems will emerge into the future, so you can get ahead of that without suffering outages. And then, just providing training. We employ over 200 people in Iraq. 95% of that workforce is local. We've done thousands of trainings, not just of our own people, but of Ministry of Electricity partners as well. And building that knowledge base, I think will continue to have to happen. And then, of course, look ahead to the future. So much of the focus right now is just making sure there's sufficient capacity, trying to make it more efficient, but also understanding if you're going to be adding a lot of gas capacity, gas power generation capacity, that's going to be in place for decades. And so you have to look at that from a very responsible position and realize you have to decarbonize that technology. And there are ways to do that. Our turbine technology is already capable of running on hydrogen. So if and when there's the emergence of a hydrogen economy, hydrogen production capability in Iraq, you can blend that hydrogen right in with the natural gas stream to have a cleaner output from your turbines. Perhaps even more realistic and more near-term in Iraq would be the utilization of carbon capture and storage technology, which exists today. I was chatting with a colleague from BP earlier. We're collaborating on an effort to build a gas-fired carbon capture plant in the UK. Carbon capture technology has existed for decades, has been used in other industrial applications, but it's now starting to be used in the gas power segment as well. And that can be done in Iraq. And it's particularly fortuitous that you can utilize the carbon that you're capturing, re-inject it into the ground for enhanced oil recovery so you can produce oil more efficiently and more cheaply in Iraq. So I think these are all different ways you can tackle the problem both near term and longer term, and to do it in both an economically, environmentally responsible way.
Well, thanks, George. That's a really useful snapshot of the electricity situation, and also offering, as you said, what I think most people are interested in is a look at where we're going with some optimism in there, which is always something that I think is good to offer any of these conversations. And so I think that's a great note to hit on that. So pulling back a little bit, turning to Sarah, I'd like to kind of have the same question, but building on the industry perspective. Ask about a bit of the similar, building on what George has talked about, and adding in independence. So question is, that I'd like you to kind of draw a picture for us is, same thing, how can Iraq meet its demand, energy demand overall? How can it build its energy independence while dealing with all the challenges it is dealing with on energy security and environmental objectives? So big question, but appreciate you taking a step.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here today. Thanks to organizers. I would like to build upon what George said, and also Dunya. First of all, I would like to commend the efforts that has been happening in Iraq, because if you look at the development and all the changes in the past decade, even from 2 years ago that we were here at the same conference, Iraqi energy strategy in terms of both domestic supplies and sources of supplies have been diversified, which and also increased the production. So this is something very important and encouraging that has happened in Iraq. And today we are not just looking at how to mitigate the needs of the country, but in a responsible and environmental friendly manners. So it's very important on different sources. Iraqi both oil and also electricity production has increased. The capacity has increased in the past few years. but also in terms of diversifying the sources of imports. George mentioned Jordan. There are discussions with Turkey for northern part of the country, and also negotiations with Saudi Arabia, Oman, and also potentially integrating the Iraqi grid to GCC grid, which is very critical. And something to also I would like to add is that some of these countries and some of these supply sources already are looking into responsible and a low carbon power generation. For instance, the efforts that has happening in Saudi Arabia in terms of reducing their carbon emissions when it comes to electricity generation. And also the country is interesting because it has additional seasonal production of capacity because of the Hajj season that they have. In Turkey, supplies from Turkey and other GCC countries, they are looking into expanding their power generation from solar farms. It was mentioned the solar capacity in Iraq. Obviously, Iraq has a lot of unutilized land and solar capabilities that is going to help the country to expand its power generation. But I would say the most important part is what Dunya mentioned, capturing that flared gas, which not just helping reducing the emission, but also increasing the capacity, production capacity in Iraq, helps the country in terms of income, but also has health consequences. It's going to promote health in the regions that are involved and are suffering from this flaring. The other thing is reducing on dependency on one source of import, which historically has been Iran. And that has been critical for Iraq, because not just the political issues and the sanctions on Iran, but also Iran already faces a deficit in power generation, and also their gas production is depleting. So definitely all these diversifications in Iraq, both in terms of investing in its own resources and also diversifying the supplies would be very helpful, especially if the connectivity of grid happens, because most of the countries in the region are dealing with summer temperatures, growth in population, and significant energy needs for water desalination. So that connectivity of grids would definitely help not just Iraq, but the whole GCC region. So I would want to again go back and say it's very encouraging to see that things are improving, and again, electricity is a matter of national security for any country. And same, every Iraqi government has been dealing with the issue of electricity interruptions, the matter of national security and political instability, very important. And they all have been trying to somehow solve part of this issue. But infrastructure, I would say it was mentioned in detail that how was important, and all the efforts happened. So I would conclude by saying it's encouraging that how all these diversifications are happening within the Iraq's energy security strategy.
Well, thanks a lot for touching on solar and some of the other issues. I think Julian will touch on in a second. But before we turn to Julian, I'd like to just follow up. You painted an encouraging picture of the regional dynamic. I don't want to be as a creative, don't want to be a pessimist, but I want to just ask again, a realistic perspective. All that makes sense. All that is, I see that as a logical way for Iraq to improve its grid and its connectivity. A lot of complicated relationships. How do you, and we'll get to this more, but I just wanted to either put a pin in that or maybe ask you to elaborate a little more on how, you drew a great picture, encouraging picture, which maybe have the most potential. Maybe stay with the positive as I inject a little realism.
First of all, the positive approach came from kind of a historical view of how things progressed. Definitely the challenges are there. Yes, there are complicated relation between, even within GCC, yes. Not just between Iraq or Iran. So they're always negotiating for long-term energy trade ties in any sort. It's always very complicated, definitely. But this optimism, that I'm not usually an optimist person, definitely, but I draw that based on a historical movement of Iraq toward both expanding the capacity and diversifying the sources. Definitely challenges are there. I do remember a few years ago with one of the Iraqi energy minister, we were discussing even the domestic politics of Iraq is issues, the security and infrastructure has been a question. So challenges are there. And that's why perhaps the speed of progress is not as it was expected. Iraq has been flaring natural gas, for instance, or having a deficit of power generation for a long time now. But as long as I would say things are moving forward, despite all these challenges, I would remain positive.
Great, thanks. And thanks to everyone for starting to get the questions in. We will go through to Julian and Matt and a couple other questions, but we'll try and get to your questions later on. But do please keep them coming. I've got them here on the screen ahead of me, so we'll be able to get to them later. But now turning to Julian on the screen, great to pick up on some of the positive themes you talked about, renewables and the solar and energy transition. George and Dunia also hit some positive notes here. I'd really appreciate you, Julian, if you could share insights about a couple of the activities that OGCI is working on in the region, particularly with all we've mentioned. I think all of us are certainly have been talking about the flaring issue. So talk about the satellite program that you have put into place to help identify and fix methane leaks. And then also just would wonder if you could talk about Iraq's potential for joining your initiative, OGDC. This was launched at COP to kind of catalyze these efforts. So again, explain a little bit about what you are doing and maybe give it an Iraqi perspective of what the prospects are for greater cooperation and collaboration with Iraqi partners.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Henri. And again, similarly as Dunia, I'm so sorry for not being with you today. And I'm grateful that you accept a virtual connection because it's a very interesting conversation. So thanks a lot for that. I mean, there's a lot of things that have been said by my previous panelists about the potential to reduce greenhouse gas emission coming from Iraq, particularly when you focus on flaring or methane. So I'm going to focus a little bit more on some concrete actions that have been happening on the ground, in addition to the one that were explained again by Dunia and the others. So as part of the OGCI, so it's the Oil and Gas Climate Initiative, we've been in place for 10 years, announced at the UN Climate Summit, and we worked very closely with 12 companies, including TotalEnergies, but not only, like we have also Saudi Aramco, for instance, in the region that is obviously very active. And trying to define some climate trajectories for the oil and gas industry, and then disseminating the findings that we have across the rest of the industry. And one of the big programs that we launched was to use, as you mentioned, satellite capacities to detect where methane leakage are happening and how we can help local operator to fix it. And we started with Iraq. So we did a program in 2021 where we covered 6 assets in Iraq, engaging the local operator. So it was, the national companies to help them to fix their methane leakage and engaging into a peer-to-peer relationship. So it was not a name and shame exercise, not at all. The idea was really to work with the local engineers in the field and helping them to fix the methane leakage. So we ran the program over several months and identify 175 plumes that were happening across the observation that we were making. So to give you a little bit of perspective, the satellite capacity allowed to cover a 12 kilometer by 12 kilometer pixel, and then we were able to zoom into a 20 meter by 20 meter. So it's a very precise measurement when we detect a plume to identify where the source point is coming from. And in 80% of the observation that we've been making, we have been able to allocate this to a specific sources and to engage with the local operator to see whether this can be fixed with operational improvement, or whether this require like deeper investment because it requires an update of the compressor station, for instance, or a change in the flaring system or things like this. And the good thing is that when you engage the local operator, you have like an engineer to engineer relationship. And engineer doesn't like to have an asset that does not run properly. When it's as if I was telling you, you have a leakage, a tap is leaking in your house, you would like to fix it. The same thing happens when the local operator is made aware of a methane leakage happening in its asset. And in some of the cases that we've observed, I mean, the average emission rate that we've observed was 1.5 ton per hour of methane. You know that methane is a very potent greenhouse gas emission. It has a 25 times more global warming potential than CO2. So obviously, fixing methane is a quick, game-changing action when it comes to climate change. And so some of the leaks were up to 8 ton per hour, some were much lower, but the average was 1.5 ton per hour. That corresponds more or less to the greenhouse gas emission of 43,000 US home energy consumption. So it's quite a significant source of emissions. And in many cases, in most of half of the cases that were observed, it has been possible to fix the methane leakage simply by operational improvement. It's just because the local operator was not aware that there was a methane leakage. But since the satellite comes to the exact same point on Earth, roughly once a week or twice a week, we're able to observe when the methane emission is stopped. And it has been a very, very successful program. So since then, we're expanding it to other countries in Kazakhstan, Egypt, and Algeria. We ran another campaign there. And now we're expanding it to another series of 8 to 10 countries. Building on the learning experience that we went through with the Iraqi local operator. And I have to say that it has been a success because the Iraqi have been very collaborative in this program. We couldn't do that without having a very close relationship with the local operator and having a clear willingness from the local operator to fix the methane leakage. And thanks to this successful story, now we are expanding it. So we are very grateful for the Iraqi because that allowed us to expand the program. So now this satellite program is continue, and I know that some of the local players are directly using the capacity of satellite, not going through a GCI, but directly contracting the satellite data provider to help them to continue to monitor methane leaks, because it can happen anywhere in any assets at any point in time. And so it's important to have like a type of a continuous monitoring system that allow you to detect those leaks and to fix them. Now at COP28, the COP28 president actually launched an initiative that is called Oil and Gas Decarbonization Charter, which is OGDC. It brings along 54 companies spanning from NOCs in India, in Pakistan, in Latin America, in Africa, in Middle East, obviously, but also IOCs. A number of IOCs are part of the Oil and Gas Decarbonization Charter. It has a number of commitments embedded into it, from investing in the low carbon energy system of the future, so being renewable or energy efficiency, carbon capture and storage, and so on. But also has a very specific goal on addressing methane emission by 2030, which is like the ultimate goal that is also foreseen by many through the Global Methane Pledge that Iraq signed in Glasgow at the COP in Glasgow a few years ago. So this new initiative is bringing along all of these NOCs, like 2/3 of the signatories are NOCs and 1/3 are IOC. So there's a lot of NOCs around the table that are sharing and learning best practices and experience, and particularly with the relationship with the state on how to implement the policy mechanisms, the infrastructure. The point that Sarah just hinted, like the complexity of the bureaucracy sometimes could limit the capacity for oil and gas players to act. And here the NOCs are sharing those best practices and experience beyond technology, but also what can be done basically in a very concrete way to fix the methane leakage by 2030, which is broadly speaking in 5 years time. So 2030 is not that far away now. So there's a kind of an urgency to deploy all the technologies and the best practices that we know, and OGDC could serve as a platform to share that. So of course, the charter is very much open for Iraq player to join forces with it. It's free of charge, so that's a good news. And you can get an access to all of these best practices in a very quick fashion. So it's really a call for the Iraq player who have not yet considered to sign the charter to look at it, and of course feel free to reach out if you are interested by it.
Well, I don't know if the Deputy Minister's office is still connected, but maybe that's a clear message, and I think really well outlined what the benefit would be. And I really appreciate you outlining the success that you've had. But I wonder, Julian, before I turn to Matt, could you just maybe go a little bit more detail on what the next level of success looks like, even if it's not specifically OGCI's chart or OGDC. You say, all right, they've identified it, and then therefore it would be logical to fix it. We all know the potential for capturing that flared gas in Iraq and globally. It all makes sense that there would be this next step, but could you just explain what that looks like, or maybe what some of the hurdles are? I think you might have intimated at some of them, not to take away from the successful message you had, but maybe to give us a look at how that actually happens. That would be really helpful.
Yeah, no, sure. Thanks a lot. So I think the first initial step is to characterize the size of the issue that we're talking about. It's very difficult when it comes to methane emissions specifically. Like Iraq is, I mean, this is numbers coming from the World Bank and the IEA, but there's an estimate that Iraq is responsible for, roughly speaking, 10% of the global methane emissions. And global methane emission is responsible for approximately 1/3 to 1/4 of the global warming that we are experiencing today. So this is a significant issue that we're dealing with, and this is a real quick win. But first of all, you need to characterize where are the methane emissions coming from. It could be from uncombusted gas that is going to the flare. It could be from leaks. It could be from the compressor station. It could be from venting as well that is happening in some assets. So I think the characterization of the issue is absolutely necessary, and this can come through the use of appropriate detection technology. Could be satellite, but not only. The use of aircraft or drones. So I think like having a very clear characterization of the issue is the first thing to do, and on all assets. And I know that many operators are doing it in Iraq in a very proper way, but it's not yet systematic. And then once you have characterized, it's also making sure that you continuously check that you don't have like new issue coming up. And so that requires like a bit of a, procedures and a change of mindset as well in the industry. That is super important, that you deal with methane emissions as seriously as this industry has been dealing with oil spills, for instance. So with a zero tolerance approach. Once you have this kind of mindset put in place and best practices embedded into the operational procedures of the Iraq players, then you start to identify some of the quick wins. Again, IEA numbers, they estimate that nearly 70% roughly of the methane emissions could be fixed with no net cost, because of course you capture a product that has a value to the market. Then you're required infrastructure to distribute it, to produce electricity through gas power station and so on and so forth. But this is happening as well. So there's a business case that makes sense. But the first thing I think that is super, super important is really to characterize this issue. So that would be for me the immediate next step is to run proper campaign over the different assets in Iraq and complete the picture, and then assess where you can fix and what is your low-hanging fruit that you can start to deal with. Great.
Thanks very much. And again, if we're talking about energy, as Abbas mentioned, energy is the economy, energy is national security, and we were talking to a colleague before that talking about the intersection of business and politics in Iraq as being very complicated. I would add to that that it's geopolitics also is very complicated in Iraq and the energy sector. So turning to Matt, help you give us the bigger picture of where Iraq's energy scene fits in the geopolitics. And so with that, I would like to ask you what you see as the greatest challenges for Iraq's energy future, and this including Iranian influence, Iraq's evolving relationship with the United States, and of course, Baghdad's continuing challenges with Erbil.
Yes, thank you so much for having me. And I think all the speakers here today, many of whom I already know, discussed many of the opportunities that Iraq affords, and there's no question that that's the case. And I say what I'm going to say in terms of the challenges that Iraq faces comes with the caveat that I represent a company that is the largest private U.S. investor in Iraq. And despite the challenges that I'll describe, we've expanded our presence in Iraq over the last year, where we produce almost, if not more than a quarter of the oil produced in the Kurdistan region. But I think it's important to recognize that Iraq sits at a precipice today, especially on the eve of a potential Israeli counterstrike against Iran, and the implications that has on Iraq, and the real veil that we have to lift off of Iraq and its challenges, not only on the energy sector but not politically and economically. The reality is that Iraq is at a precipice. The United States wants an independent partner in Iraq that's energy independent, that can stand on its own. Iran's objectives are fundamentally counter to that objective, and largely revolve around ensuring that Iraq remains a client state through which its proxies can exert extraordinary influence, which I think we're all learning that influence is not only strong but growing throughout Iraq's energy sector as well. And the question then becomes who fills the vacuum. And what's happened in the last 24 months, we've clearly seen is that China has been ready to fill that vacuum where Iran also fills, and that's most evident most recently when 13 of the 16 bid round contracts were signed by Chinese firms. And that's why Ambassador Pyatt hosted the Iraqi oil minister in Houston last month, was to wrestle with the question of how does Iraq's oil energy future look such that it attracts, and I hazard to say foreign investment because it is getting foreign investment, but problematically primarily from China. But how does it get Western investment? And what does that say for Iraq's future? And what that really means is that I think the world is watching, and I think what they're watching is what's happening in Iraq today. And there's no better example of that than the continued political and economic problems between Baghdad and Erbil. What the reality is that Iraq has lost $21 billion from the closure of the Iraqi-Turkey pipeline. On net, that loss is up to $30 billion because Iraq has had to pay limited salary payments to the Kurdistan region that would be self-financed if that pipeline was open. And so what you have is a scenario in which Iraq's economy is incredibly fragile, and it's also incurring on itself a significant cost, $21 billion in the last 20 months, that it doesn't have to. And that's coming at a time when its economy is incredibly fragile to Brent oil prices. Its budget that was passed 2 years ago was pegged at a $70 Brent price. That's been elevated to $80, and now we're seeing the implications of when Brent falls below 80, which it fell again today, and that's going to have significant ripple effects across the Iraqi economy and making it entirely vulnerable. The one thing I will just want to make sure that we put on the table today is that there has been incredible progress, and this is something that I monitor closely in my time in government, whether it's gas flaring, gas capture, electricity production in Iraq. But what needs to be what I'd ask everyone to consider and make sure that's put on the table at the same time is that's all about supply. But what's happening in Iraq is that demand is outstripping that supply. And unless we wrestle with those two challenges, then we're not really tackling the problem fundamentally. And that's what's happening today, is that despite all the progress we talk about, demand is outstripping that, and it's got to be solved. And coming back to the Kurdistan problem and the Erbil problem is that gas flaring is a problem, and that's what we've heard today. That is a fundamental climate problem for the globe and principally for Iraq. But that requires international investment, and that international investment is on the sidelines watching what happens in Iraq's oil sector, in its electricity sector, and how it resolves its disputes with Erbil and Baghdad. And until that's resolved, I think you're going to watch Western investors on the sidelines. $10 billion is invested in the Kurdistan region today, and that's at risk and blocked from the international market. And the international investors have choices, and they're making those choices, and that choice right now is sitting on the sidelines. And the Chinese are obviously not making that choice. So the last thing I would just conclude with is I think that the United States is also grappling with what is its future Iran policy going to be, and we see that today. We might see that tonight. We might see that tomorrow based on strikes. And what we've also seen is there's been a tenfold increase in Iranian oil exports. Iran doesn't export that oil alone. It uses its partners. It uses its neighbors. And there's growing awareness not only across the region, but also in this town and in Congress and the U.S. government that it relies on those neighbors. And Iraq has some difficult choices ahead on which side of the dilemma that it's facing that I described at the beginning in terms of the United States vision for Iraq or Iran's vision for Iraq. And I think that's why it's on the precipice, and that's why this is a critically important discussion for us today.
Thanks for that. And you mentioned Assistant Secretary Pyatt's efforts in September, and this is Iraq's energy future is critically important to the U.S. government. I can speak for working with him on that and seeing how he invested in this event in September. It's the only country he's engaging directly in commercial advocacy, directly with companies to encourage them to invest, because he sees the importance of the region in this and this project. And picking up on what you talked about, Matt, what I understand is that the Baghdad-Erbil conflict generally, but the ITP closure specifically, is causing a lot of problems with keeping the investment from flowing in, as you mentioned. Can you look in your geopolitical crystal ball and see how that gets remedied? I mean, it's been 20 months of it's about to get fixed next week. You've outlined why it's so important. Do you have any thoughts on how this could be addressed?
Yeah, I have a lot of thoughts, but so I think ultimately at the end of the day, I think again it comes back to how I framed it at the beginning. It's a contest. Iraq is in the middle of a contest of its future and the vision that Iran wants and the vision that the United States and its partners want. And the Iraqi-Turkey pipeline is the most emblematic example of that contest. And so I think it gets resolved when the pressure on one side is greater than the other. And I think what we've seen so far is that the pressure has been greater in the east than it is in the west. There are things that are going to change. The world doesn't change. The ITP expires in 20 months. Right now is the window for renegotiation. The Turks have indicated that they don't intend to renew the pipeline in its current form as a bilateral agreement. And so what does that look like when it's a pipeline that looks like most pipelines around the world that can be used as a private piece of infrastructure with private entities to include the same structure that governs pipelines that actually go through Turkey and the rest of the world today? What happens when sanctions reviews are occurring on how Iran and Iraq's oil and gas sector is operating? What are those consequences? And I think again, it's going to come down to what's the future of Iran, what's the future of U.S. and Iran policy. In terms of the ITP, it makes no economic sense of why it's closed. Iraq has lost $20 billion. On net, it's lost close to 30. It makes no economic sense, particularly given how vulnerable its budget is and its economy is. It needs foreign investment. It needs U.S. investment, and it's got to get solved. And the only reason why it's gone on this long is because it's a political problem and not an economic one.
Thanks for that. This is, I think, a really great overlay from our expert panel here. And I have some questions, but I have a great question from the audience, again, at askac.org. So I'd like to turn to that and see who might want to field that. A question came in, it's asking, what sustainability concerns are unique to Iraq's energy sector? That is, how must the energy sector's sustainability efforts be tailored to Iraq's specific environmental landscape? So I think this is important, going back to Donia's point about listening to what Iraq's needs, talking about the different sectors and outlines, as well as both on electricity, flaring, as well as the geopolitical issues that both Sarah and Matt laid out. So I'd like to throw this question to the panel and open to maybe Julian. Maybe you can start it off, since sustainability is the kickoff for you, and then see if others want to add on top of your response.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Well, I think we've covered quite extensively the flaring and the methane issue, so I won't highlight it again. But of course, this is quite a high in the list. Obviously, there's an issue of electricity access that is embedded into those sustainability SDG, like those sustainability development goals. That's a critical topic, and it's linked obviously with the capacity for Iraq to capture the gas and to distribute it into the form of electricity, as long as it's remaining low carbon, which imply the fact that you of course reduce the methane emission across the gas value chain. So all of those are obviously interconnected and very closely linked together. And I would say that, more broadly speaking, I think it has been mentioned as well by George a little bit earlier, the fact that there's a huge potential as well for Iraq to develop renewable energy and renewable electricity, notably through the solars. And the project that Dunia was highlighting is a good example of how you can manage a greater access to clean electricity to the most of the Iraqi people through the development of renewable energy. So I would say that it's an interconnection, obviously, and it's very much focused on energy, what I'm sharing, and there's a lot of other sustainability issues that are related to Iraq. But here I'm less experts. I would leave the other panelists eventually to comment on the other topics.
Sarah, maybe you want to pick up. I know you're doing a lot of work on getting energy to people who are in energy poor regions. How does your work and how do you see sustainability in Iraq? And anything you can add on what Julian added?
So in terms of environmental sustainability, I say the two keywords is the flaring and also the deficit for power generation. But all these environmental at the same time consideration will also add to the cost of production and generation. And affordability is another part that is important, especially for a country that and a region that the population is increasing. They're heavily dependent not just on their electricity, but water. So I always ask these questions in my mind, and I like to pose it here too, is that when we are looking into per capita of carbon or methane overall emissions, if that emission is produced from video games that my kids are playing or from water that people have to drink, should we distinguish that? Because as much as environmental sustainability are crucial, affordability is important, especially for a region or a country like Iraq that it's basic human needs for the people to have access to the water and access to electricity. And this is a question in many areas, especially regions that they're heavily dependent for their water consumption and also power generation to electricity. So it's very challenging, especially for companies that we are now having their representative in our panel, that you have to both produce, increase your production of electricity or energy, but at the same time it should be environmentally friendly and affordable. So this is along with geopolitical factor and all those bureaucracy and domestic issues that we discuss, I would say the question of affordability is very important. And while we are counting every emission that is emitted, it's also very important to look at where that emission that has been produced it's going. It's a basic human needs and how affordable it should be. The other thing that quickly I would like to mention is that the difference between China and US that was mentioned by, the problem is that, in US we don't have that integration between US government and companies. As you mentioned, the Assistant Secretary Pyatt puts a lot of effort, the government, but companies are not necessarily going where the US government wants them to go, whereas in China there is that integration. So it's much easier for China's energy diplomacy to move forward faster than American and Western part.
Thanks very much for that. And I think turning to our two Total and GE representatives, kind of picking up, I would like to, you both talked about this issue of sustainability, but I think picking up on Sarah's idea of affordability, would love to hear your perspective on this question, because I think, so maybe back to you, Dunia, first.
Yes, thank you. I obviously align myself with what was said previously. Obviously, we talked a lot about methane. We talked a lot about the accompanying flaring. We talked about being able to provide electricity, having access to electricity, and therefore contributing to a socioeconomic development. I'd like to say that as operators of the Gas Growth Integrated Project, we are very, very much concerned with making sure that we apply our standards, our universal standards in Iraq, and we endeavor to make it a better place when we leave than what we found before. This is very important to us because this is part of our DNA and part of our engagement. So for that, we've already launched methane capturing or monitoring campaigns with drones. We've already launched all kinds of initiatives where we basically ensure that our production, and my colleague said it, in fact, this challenge of providing access to energy, but also doing it in a cleaner way is indeed a challenge, but it's a challenge that is doable. And what I'm trying to get at is that what we can do, we can control. And that is what we're doing. We are able to apply governance standards, whether industrial or other, that ensure that we do it the right way as we do it in another country, in an OECD country. Now we have in our aspects, in our project, we have the water aspect that is a bit different from just providing electricity or capturing the gas. The fact that we would like to reduce the hydric stress on water so that it can be used for agricultural needs, that it can be used for human purposes, is very important. Today, the oil industry, particularly in Iraq, has been quite, I would say, bold in its use, to use whatever means they have to get water access, and that is not acceptable for us. So we will be doing this water treatment plant that will provide water that has been treated from seawater that has been treated, and that will allow the farmers around the area and the governorate to be able to use that fresh water that they have for human purposes instead of it being used by industrial purposes. And if I may just add, for the Ratawi, our project, we will be using only 10% of that water that we will be treating. The rest will go to the other fields that are not ours and that are not operated by us. So the fact that we are very keen on that sustainable aspect is important. And as a byproduct, and it's not last but not least, the provision of jobs to the young population. As you know, Iraq has a very young population with a median age that is around the 20s. And we have a country also that is having 1 million new job seekers per year. We will provide jobs to the local population because we have committed ourselves to a very high percentage of Iraqization, what we call Iraqization, meaning that it will be an Iraqi project. It will be an Iraqi, we will have a lot of Iraqi staff. And so that creation of 5,000 direct jobs and 10,000, up to 10,000 indirect jobs is not, last but not least, a form of youth empowerment and a form of getting employment, part of the KPIs of sustainability. So we have industrial, I would say, basic needs also, and socioeconomic with the job creation and the empowerment of youth. I hope I answered your question not too extensively.
And George, maybe turn over to you. I think, again, as I mentioned in the beginning, the refurbishment work you're doing, I think, is part of also this sustainability and affordability project. But I'd welcome your kind of perspective.
Sure. Thanks, Henry. Well, look, I'd say there's nothing unique about the challenge that Iraq is facing right now. In some respects, it's the same challenge that every country around the world is facing. And how do you meet demand for electricity reliably, affordably, and with the lowest carbon output possible? Julian touched upon this. I think the simplest way to do that is add as many renewable gigawatts to the grid as quickly as you can. That's a challenge in terms of cost, in terms of space, and then ultimately, just given the variability of renewables, you want to make sure that you add renewables in a way that protects reliability. Iraq is and will remain a hydrocarbon-based economy for some time. And most of the power generation, as I said earlier, has been on fuel oil, shifting to natural gas. I don't foresee that going away, even as you're going to be adding more renewables to the grid as quickly and as widely as possible. So to me, longer term, I mentioned this in my opening remarks, is really how do you focus on decarbonizing that gas? And there's essentially two ways to do that. Pre-combustion, introducing lower carbon fuels such as hydrogen. That is currently expensive, requires vast infrastructure, will take a long time to emerge, even the most advanced economies, let alone Iraq. Carbon capture is probably a more realistic option in the medium to longer term. But it can be done, and it could be done. It should be done. So I think that these are sort of the medium to longer term challenges we're going to make, even as we're focused immediately on making sure there's enough gigawatts on the grid. to serve all communities in the country in the summer months, which affects stability. And we've touched upon this before, the question of who pays for that. Currently it's effectively a government subsidy. Again, subsidies are not unique to Iraq. They're used all over the world, including in the United States, to promote certain forms of generation. But when you're adding this kind of volume of capacity to the grid over time, whether it's renewables, whether it's more gas, does the government have the wherewithal to pay for all that? And if it doesn't, then who starts to pay? And what are people willing to pay for? I think most consumers, residential, are not willing to pay a lot for electricity that's unreliable. So I think you've got to concentrate on making sure that reliability is there, and then maybe the will to pay for that comes forward. Businesses, commercial and industrial enterprises are probably willing to pay more over time. I mean, it's pretty much how rate structures work here in the United States as well. But this is something that I don't think we're going to solve on this panel, much less in the long term. But it's something to consider over time. You can't look at any of this in a vacuum. You can't look at just solving the capacity needs, or solving the sustainability needs, or solving the affordability needs, just each in its own element. You got to look at it all systemically.
Thanks, Matt. Looking at putting your Hillwood hat on, maybe welcome your perspective on your efforts there in northern Iraq on sustainability and the environmental issues.
So I think our challenges are the same. We have a flared gas problem in the Kurdistan region, and that requires investment. That requires significant capital investment, and it's really difficult to do in the current political environment. All the companies are poised to move forward on gas capture. We're just hamstrung with the inability to leverage the right capital that's needed to get there. And I think it's important to note that at the end of the day, the Iraqi people need and deserve reliable electricity, as George said, that's clean, reliable, and are easily solved commercially. In terms of gas capture, Iraq is so critical to the climate objectives that we all are very cognizant of, and this has got to be solved. Being the only country in the world that's a net gas importer, it's just not a sustainable model, and it's something that the entire world in the United States has to help Iraq overcome.
Great, thanks. That was really great round the horn from folks. I'd like to turn to the next question. The question is, how do you ensure localized actors build expertise to avoid dependency issues on foreign involvement and investment? And I would just add to that, my piece on that, just to pull out a little more of the China and Iran piece. I mean, there's the dependency on foreign involvement, building up the local capacity, but I think also building in the geopolitical piece that folks have mentioned with Iran and China. I would just add to the question, how does the local capacity build, and how do you manage the foreign involvement? So maybe turn to you, Matt, to start with the.
I think. Look, we can start off with our example in China. Our company is proud to have 80% of our workforce is Iraqi, and the goal when you go invest in Iraq under our model was you start with your own people and you build an organization that you hand over to the local population, and that includes the local workers from the most basic services to our engineers. We have female Iraqi engineers, for instance, we've sent to the United States for graduate school that come back and then manage components of our company. That's a different model than the Chinese have. We now have Iraqi managers across almost every component of our organization. That's not what the Chinese model is. The Chinese model is very attractive and it's easy because the Chinese make it easy, but that's not their model, and that's well known. They bring in and import their entire workforce. They're not focused on developing the local population, the local capacity, and those are two very, very different models. The Chinese model is going to yield some economic returns in the near term, but at the cost of the Iraqi population in the long term. And ideally, the Iraqi people are better served with a much more sustainable model that takes into account the local population that looks to invest in them, and that investment gets handed off to them that they can operate organically in the future. And that's our model, and hopefully that's the model that gets replicated across Iraq.
Thanks for that. Sarah, I was wondering if you could maybe elaborate on that, because you're looking at the region, and you talk a lot about the positive sense of the interconnections. And I'm just wondering how that works in this sustainability and local building up of the local expertise as well.
I would say it all starts with negotiations and countries' demand, because the host country could obviously demand the local content and the percentage, and it's very much country to country. We see countries like Mexico, or even in the region, for instance, many countries in the region, when they sign a contract with foreign parties, they demand to have certain level of local content and labors as well. So it's very much, I would say, depending on contract, but as was mentioned, Chinese model is affordable and it's easy to deal with, but often there's a lot of vague parts. We have seen in different anecdotes, particularly in Africa, even in Afghanistan, when a country signs a deal with China, there's very limited local contents, both in terms of materials and also labor, but also as the story moves on and the country gets in debt with China, China starts signing contracts to take over longer concessions over minerals, which Iraq is not short of them. And in countries that we have studied, like Madagascar or even Afghanistan in the nearby region, when China starts doing these massive projects, construction, development projects, then for the repayment, often they sign contracts and concessions over mines. And most of the minerals that are exported from these countries are exported through pipelines. So the host countries even do not have any exact idea of the volumes and the exact minerals that have been extracted. And this is very much the case in Afghanistan, in Pakistan, in countries in Africa, that not just the local contents, but they cannot really exactly be sure of the types of minerals that have been extracted and exported from their countries. So I would say a good tough negotiations at the beginning and a responsible contracts that it all comes at the beginning is in the hands of government. And those countries that they have a better governing system, less corrupted, we see that they are in a much better position with negotiating with parties like Chinese companies.
And Dunya, you mentioned Iraqization. You obviously it's a very high priority for your company and your long-term involvement there. I'm wondering, you just maybe elaborate on this, because it's obviously something that our questioner has wanted to focus on, and just how have you succeeded, and maybe in the next projects and going forward, and making sure that you're building up this local expertise.
So yes, definitely. We were, we became operator a year ago, and before even just when we signed it, we were very clear about the fact that this will be a majority staffed Iraqi endeavor. And so therefore we've been very, very precise about, and very, I would say, focused on onboarding as many Iraqis as possible quickly and in a good way, training them, giving them the opportunity also to move within the company and within the Iraq ecosystem run of the affiliate. So building expertise is crucial to us, and it's not just a formula. We are today over 60% of our staff is Iraqi, and we will continue to do so until the end of the year to make it to go with the ramp up of the affiliate that we're putting together. So this entails what? It entails training. It entails putting them in jobs where they have increasing responsibility, where they basically learn also the way we function. Every company has its own culture, so we onboard them also with the culture, and we hope to have as many proofs of success as possible very quickly. The commitment is there. I would say the engagement, the contractual engagement is there. The readiness of the Iraqis to onboard with us is there. So far we've done a good job. We have secondees, we have external applicants who've been taken on board, and we are on track to making it a better story. Even next year, I can give you better statistics, I'm sure. But remember, we've just started.
Well, thanks. Maybe I'll turn to the next question. And for you, George, we've discussed, the question is saying, the panel mentioned tailoring projects to Iraqi needs. It asks, what needs are you looking toward meeting next that could not be met with ongoing projects? And I guess I just add to that, we've talked, a number of us have mentioned the high increasing demand and the challenge to meet that demand. So I guess to you, George, kind of combining that, what are the next projects and how are they seeking to meet that demand?
Well, I've alluded to them, Henry. Obviously a need for additional gas turbine capacity. So we're in discussions with the Iraqi government now on how do we address that need. You referenced earlier our efforts that are ongoing in the maintenance and rehabilitation field. We did sign an agreement when the Prime Minister was here last year for a 5-year program that's going to preserve and enhance the ability to produce 7.1 gigawatts, at a time where at peak generation, Iraq is producing 27 gigawatts. So that's a fairly significant percentage of the overall fleet. I mentioned earlier interconnections. You talked about the geopolitics of that. It's happening. We're actually working with the Iraqi Ministry of Electricity to build the interconnection with Jordan, which is starting to be energized as we speak. And discussions are well underway towards the interconnection with Saudi Arabia. So I think all of these things are currently underway. And will be for the next 5 years or more. If I may, as part of that agreement that we signed, we're also building a remote monitoring and diagnostic center in Iraq that effectively is going to give real-time history of electricity. And that it's coupled with software, so it introduces the capability of having predictive maintenance. So in other words, you can see not only is the asset operating, is it operating as it's supposed to? Can you adjust it real time and avoid an unplanned outage, or make better use of a planned outage to address something that you wouldn't have otherwise been able to see? All of that's going to build capacity in Iraq. We employ, as I said earlier, 200 people. 95% of that workforce is Iraqi. These are all highly specialized, very technical positions. And it's just going to keep growing as these efforts expand. We've done over 1,000 trainings. We'll continue to do trainings. It's absolutely essential to the operations and the success, frankly, of what we're doing. So on top of that, as I mentioned earlier, the central government's ability to pay for all this it's not unlimited. And so something that I think Western companies can bring to the table is the ability to leverage international financing. So we have a financial services unit at GE Vernova, and since 2015, we've helped mobilize $3 billion in ECA, Development Finance Agency, and private lending into Iraq to support the execution of the projects that we're doing. I think all of this, it's not 100% panacea to prevent Chinese encroachment into the Iraqi market, but there are things that Western companies can do to help address that while simultaneously building the capacity of the Iraqi workforce.
Julian, I'd like to turn to you. I know perhaps you're not leading projects, but maybe use this venue to outline some of the projects you'd like to see from foreign companies, from the Iraqi government. What would you like to see to help meet the needs that you've identified, you've talked about? You talked about some of the steps needed to be taken. What would you see as a project you'd like to see come online, either in addressing to this great audience that you've got?
Yeah, thanks a lot. No, I think again a lot have been said, but maybe just to reinforce some of the perspective that were mentioned. I think there's a role to play for public procurement to really embed that in projects. There's a need for local content, and that could be part of the criteria for any bidders to be selected, that they have a very strong component that is related to local content. And you don't necessarily have, like when you have like big projects that are being launched, sometimes technology needs to be imported because the technology does not exist in the local country. But when you cut a project in, the different pieces of the value chain, there's always capacity to develop local content. Could be like on, the groundwork and the cement and the steel and, all of these parts that could be, potentially provided locally, as well as the operation and maintenance, obviously, which is a key part of the project lifetime. And this goes through the training capacity that was mentioned earlier. So I think that's as part of the project that we've mentioned, like, capturing the gas and running, gas power plant or running methane characterization. You're going to need to import the drones, for instance, or Total has its own drones capacity. And I'm sure that Dunia could speak a lot about it, like the OSEA program. And this is like a first-class program, and it has been developed by Total and deployed locally in their assets. That's something that where, the Iraqi could be trained, and I'm sure they are trained to run the drones themselves and to interpret the results. And this is like something that it's not a one-off exercise. This is something that you do then over the years. So that creates capacity for the Iraqi people. I think maybe one topic that we have not touched and that would require like probably another session is about carbon capture and storage. We've done an assessment as well in Iraq on the capacity for a carbon capture and storage project that to happen. And there's some quite significant, potential in terms of storage capacity in Baghdad regions as well as in Kirkuk, where we identify potential project that could be scaled up. And again, this requires like a new set of, assets and capacity and, workforce to, first of all, develop the project itself, but then to operate it. And that could reduce significantly the greenhouse gas emission, not only coming from the oil and gas industry, by the way. You can capture CO2 emission coming from other sites and other facilities. So that could be another, nice development area beyond the one that we've mentioned today to explore for the Iraqi, as a long-term plan.
Thanks very much for that. For the audience, we've got a few more minutes left. So if you do have a last question that you want us to hit, askac.org. But first, I'd like maybe, Dunia, maybe you can say that you're going to sign on for a Kirkuk project. You don't have enough work to do in Basra. But seriously, looking beyond, if you can look beyond that mega project, what is next?
Well, next is to have the project deliver on time and to stick to our engagement, leave the place that we found in a much better state. I very much aligned myself with Julien's comments on ensuring that our methods of responsible operations are, I would say, widely used. And then the good thing about the Middle East is that inshallah really means something. So inshallah, we'll see. Let's do the job first.
Fair point.
There's a lot to do, I promise you.
We had a question from the audience.
Yes, I will ask one. I'm so sorry. I was just going onto the app to do it virtually, but I will. Well, thanks so much, firstly, to such an excellent group of panelists. It was really useful to hear from Total, our colleagues at Total on their development plans, but as well GE and others on what they're doing from a climate sustainability perspective. Matt did a really good job, I thought, at looking in the geopolitical crystal ball. I was wondering if the panelists could shed a little bit of light on looking perhaps in the domestic political landscape through to 2025, and welcome anyone's views, really.
The US or Iraq?
Iraq, actually. I wouldn't ask that of anyone here in the US. But of course, there are elections next year. Prime Minister Soudani has done, such a brilliant job, I think, navigating and that very challenging. Thank you. Balancing act on seeking energy independence for Iraq. Looking ahead through to 2025, where do you see the political support across the government and the parliament on Iraq's strategy to achieve energy independence, particularly as that pertains to Iran? Thank you.
Great question. I think as we've keep pointing out, politics, geopolitics, it really affects the energy situation. Before I turn it to our volunteer from the panel, I just add to that question just how does corruption also affect corruption and domestic political instability affect the energy development projects and the investment? So anyone want to take that question? That's a big one for the domestic situation.
Well, I can offer some thoughts, Henry. Well, Kitty, thank you for the question. I'm glad you didn't ask it about the United States, because the surest way to make myself look stupid is to tell you what's going to happen in this upcoming election and the implications of it. And nor can we predict what's going to happen in Iraq. Look, my company, we work with stakeholders around the world. The vast majority of energy systems are owned and operated by government. Governments change. So we tend to try to be nonpartisan, try not to pick favorites, work with whomever emerges, ultimately and hopefully with a view towards improving conditions on the ground. And that's exactly what we've done in Iraq, and we've worked with different administrations to do that. So we do give this administration very high marks for the priorities and for the execution, frankly. I mean, we talk about the challenges, but there has been progress in the electric sector. 27 gigawatts produced over the summer. That's a high. And I think the focus, we're finally seeing movement on flare gas capture. That's something that's been talked about since 2005, 2006. I think, and we're seeing real movement now in the manifestation of projects. And so I think, the hope ultimately is that will continue, whether it's this administration or the next one. There'll be some continuity in focusing on the right priorities, and they've been well defined. So I have a hard time seeing a complete reversal of some of these key priorities going forward. Maybe some differences on the margins, differences on emphasis of spending, but hopefully all the priorities will remain the same. Henry, again, you mentioned corruption. It's an issue that manifests itself all over the world. It's not, we have standards that we abide by. We have processes that we go through, very rigorous diligence processes, both internal and using external sources as well, to make sure that the partners that we do work with are qualified and uphold standards of the law and behave the way that we would want them to behave. And where we can't find local partners, we go externally or we go internationally. Does it, I can't give you specific examples of anything in Iraq, but things move slowly there from time to time, but they move. I think we're proud of what we've been able to accomplish with the partners we've been able to accomplish it with.
Thanks very much. Any last comments on the effect of domestic politics on the Iraq's energy trajectory from the panel before I wrap?
I would like to quickly touch upon the Iran part. I think that now more than being a political issue is the issue of viability, because Iran's supply of both natural gas and electricity to Iraq is below the needs of Iraq, but also has not been sustainable or reliable, especially in the summertime, which Iraq's needs really. The electricity supplies have been cut off into half, and also the shortage of gas supply, which happens and it fluctuations, reduces domestic gas and electricity production in Iraq. So continuing to diversifying that supply sources along with expanding the domestic resources, I think that would be the way to go, regardless of the administration or who will take lead next in Iraq is going to be important. And again, some of those supply sources that was mentioned, for instance, Saudi Arabia, is a country that is very responsible in terms of electricity production and very conscious in terms of low carbon power generation. They have had a lot of development and new ways of incorporating into their power generation, but also at the same time affordable. One of the most affordable, I would say, clean, less carbonized electricity in the region. So those additional supply sources would definitely help diversifying the energy basket and energy security resiliency of the country.
Well, listen, I want to thank the great panelists for their great expertise and all their insights. I want to summing up. I think it was really good to highlight the challenges from China, from Iran, domestically, as well as the potential. We have the great example of Total and GE and the foreign company Hillwood, foreign direct involvement that's really catalyzing the Iraqi energy sector. But again, we have challenges that remain both in energy and in geopolitics. But I think, again, the panel gave a good perspective of some optimism and for a sustainable future for Iraq's energy sector. So thank you very much, Vas, for inviting me. Thanks so much to the panelists, and thanks to all the questions.
Thank you. It's a great honor to welcome you to this insightful session. I was preparing to moderate this session and this discussion, and I sought to understand the Iraq initiative led by Dr. Qadim. And one particular statement resonated deeply with me. It's critical that that international conversation about Iraq moves from being solely focused on security and military engagement to broader policy issues such as attracting investment, improving governance and service delivery, and harnessing the country's unique geopolitical role. How I can find better words to encapsulate the dreams of millions in the Middle East today, myself included. As a Lebanese individual raised in war-torn environment, I have witnessed the aspirations of my parents and those of previous generations diminished in the pursuit of a safe haven, free from the echoes and images of the conflict. Thus, an opportunity for us to gather here today to discuss the economy of Iraq signified that this region cannot be defined solely by war and the history of war. I don't want to go further in this, so we will start discussing this, the good opportunities and the challenges. Today's discussion will focus on Iraq's journey to transcend its dependence on oil and embrace a more diversified economic future. We will delve deeper into this topic, but first, allow me to extend a warm welcome to my esteemed guest here. Victoria Taylor, Deputy Assistant Secretary for Iraq and Iran at the Bureau of Near Eastern Affairs at the State Department. We are supposed to be joined by Mr. Qadim al-Hassani, Chief Advisor to Prime Minister Soudani. We don't know at what time he will be with us. He will be live from Iraq. Mr. Farid Belhaj, he's very well known in the MENA region in Iraq, Egypt, and my country, Lebanon, who was the Vice President to the World Bank, and he's now Senior Fellow at the Policy Center for the New South. And Dr. Ahmad Tabakshali, he's a non-resident and Senior Fellow at the Atlantic Council Middle East Program. So first, we have to start by opening remarks from each of you. I would appreciate if we can limit this to 5 minutes maximum. Yes. And I will start with you, D.A.S. Taylor.
Sure. Well, first, thank you for having me, and thank you to Dr. Qadim for hosting this today. I couldn't agree more that it's important for us to really think about how we broaden and build the partnership with Iraq. And that's why, from our side, we are always talking about, the United States is always talking about how we build a 360-degree partnership. And by that, I think what we really mean is trying to ensure that our relationship is not solely based on security and U.S. military presence, and that it's building the economic and energy elements of the partnership, that we're building on educational ties and cultural ties, and the ties between two people. And the relationship between any two countries at base is really reliant upon those people-to-people connections. In terms of looking at the economy, I think we from the U.S. side are also thinking about how can we expand those economic and energy ties. That means, I think, a few things. One, diversification and modernization. We're trying to do that on the energy side, trying to see how both a U.S. government and U.S. private sector can support Iraq's efforts to become energy independent, how it can develop renewable energy resources, how it can continue to develop other sectors, for example, agriculture, how the educational sector can be expanded. And I think another element that I want to focus on is really the improvements on the investment climate. Unlike some of our counterparts from other countries, we can't just direct U.S. companies to invest in Iraq. We need them to feel that there's an environment and an opportunity to make good business deals. And there's still some work that needs to be done by the Iraqi government to really attract the US private sector. And so we are focused on how we can encourage reforms to the investment climate that would reduce the regulatory burden, that would improve enforcement of contracts, how we can do that with both advice and technical assistance from the US government side. And I think these are important ongoing conversations that we will continue to have with the Iraqi government.
Thank you so much. We'll discuss that further, but I have to move to Mr. Belhaj.
Yeah. No, thank you very much. Thank you for, for the invitation, and very happy to be with you on this panel. Let me say first that I fully subscribe to what was said right now, and notably on the very crucial matter of making of Iraq a real attractive platform for investment above and beyond oil, above and beyond just the energy sector, which is very important. Today it's more than 90% of the Iraqi economy. It shouldn't be that way, because Iraq has tremendous potential to go beyond that, because of its human capital, because of its resources beyond oil, and also, frankly, because of the what countries around Iraq are looking at when they look at Iraq. They should not be just looking at Iraq as a hub for oil and gas. It should be just that. So for me, the story of Iraq is really a story of economic diversification, very important. It's a story of transparency and governance, absolutely fundamental if we are looking at making of Iraq a platform for attracting investment. Legal and judicial reform, enforcement is very important. It is also an issue or a story of sustainable growth. The World Bank, a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, issued a climate report around the world, and Iraq was one of the countries. The situation in Iraq when it comes to climate is dismal. Water, desertification, pollution. We are in a situation of deep crisis, and it's not just Iraq. It's unfortunately large numbers of countries in the Middle East and North Africa, not necessarily Lebanon, by the way. But yes, but Iraq needs also to diversify its economy in order to engage and find solutions to this looming crisis, and that is the crisis of the water crisis. One can go on and on the geopolitics of water in Iraq, and they are deep in terms of their ramification with Turkey and others. But be that as it may, clearly the policies of the government are not where they should be in terms of natural resource preservation, aside from the oil sector. So to kind of recap, governance, transparency, absolutely fundamental. Diversification of the economy, very, very important, in order to make sure that Iraq can reap the benefits of what it has, and notably its human capital. This is also something that we need to look at. Remember, Iraq has been for years known as one of the countries in the whole Middle East and North Africa that has the most capable elite, and that elite now is of another generation. Now we need to groom another elite. So education, health, very important, and social protection would be also a very, very important part of the conversation.
Thank you so much, and thanks for also talking about the human capital. It has been always like that in Iraq through history, and we hope now with the new generation they will recap that. I will move now. I don't know if Mr. Qadim Al-Hassani was able to join us or not yet, but Dr. Tabakshali, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Yeah, okay. The floor is yours.
And you guys can hear me, I take it, yes. Okay, well, also is mine. Well, first of all, thank you very, very much for the invitation, and I would have loved to be with you guys, but however, thank the Lord for online and Zoom and what have you. It makes life so much easier for all of us. Right, well, what am I going to say? I'm going to sort of be covering a couple of things. One of them is going some of the stuff that my other two colleagues have mentioned, but also to give you an idea where we are right now and where we could be going, and to also address some of the issues. Anybody who's seen Iraq in the last couple of years, or especially the last year or so, would come and tell you the country is booming. We have construction spending on a scale that I know people would laugh, but sort of what Dubai had seen in early 2004, 2005. I mean, literally, you will not, people who have not seen Baghdad will not believe it. Those who see Baghdad and been to it through, yeah. So what is the cause of that, and where is that coming from? First of all, three main things, the way I look at it, have contributed to that. The first is we've had a relative period of stability over the last 5 years. And I mean relative in the Iraqi context. I mean, you mentioned something about history of war. For us, that history has been a history of intense conflict since the 1980s. We've been through, pretty much almost every bad thing that a country can go through, with the exception of what's happening in Gaza today. But other than that, over a 40-year period, we've been through almost anything conceivable. So the last 5 years have provided sort of a predictable environment for the private sector to sort of plan. And that started way before the current government came into office. So that's one thing. The second thing has been post-COVID and definitely post-Ukraine, higher oil prices played a significant role in filling government coffers in a way. So we've accumulated surpluses by end of 22 that allowed the current government to benefit from the relative stability that we've had, plus to embark on two super expansionary budgets. The first one was for 23, the second one was 24, and we'll have likely to have one for 25. Our policies are what people who look at the IMF and World Bank and stuff would be sort of, the phrase would be used as pro-cyclical. So basically, it exaggerates the good and also exaggerates the bad. And finally,
so if he contributes to the fact, take him in right away.
And finally, the thing that contributes to all of that has been the changes in cross-border transfers in November 22. Basically, what they've done is that they've led to a process that accelerated the adoption of banking in the country. We pretty much moved away from, or not moved away, are in the beginning of moving away from dependence on cash into using the banking system, which can transform the whole economy. To give everybody an idea, of in numbers, what does that mean in a way? One of the things I do is I co-manage an equity fund that invests in Iraq. For people who don't know, we do have a stock exchange. Last year, the fund was up 110%. This year, we're up something like 30% year to date. And that just gives an idea what kind of transformation the country is seeing. But here, I'll just end it with three or a large but in a sense. And that's really where the challenges we have. Basically, the budget, irrespective of its size, and that sort of pretty much answers almost everything that people have talked about when it comes to diversification, doing other stuff, not depending on oil and so forth. The fact of anything, what we've done is that we pretty much, it perpetuates the whole policy that we've had since post 2003, which basically enlarges the role of the state in the economy. So basically what happens is, it exaggerates and perpetuates the imbalances that we have. We spend more on current expenditure, which is basically salaries, pensions, subsidies, than we do on investment spending. We substantially do more than that. We tend to double down, especially after almost every near-death experience, with the last one being 2020. And so end of the day, what happens is it deepens our dependence on oil. It deepens our vulnerability to external shocks. And it's always is a question of, really, it's not a question of when can things go wrong, but not if, but when. And that is the challenge that we have, is how do we change away from that? Any discussions when it comes to diversifying the economy and building all that stuff without taking this into consideration cannot happen. Ultimately, I'll end it with this, and that the government, in a sense, or the economy depends on oil. Without it, any change in the oil environment, without it, we lose, our whole economy is based on that. So it's almost next to impossible to diversify in the current environment. So I'm not saying that we can't, but the challenges are very real. So I think with that, I'll end it, and I'll leave it to Q&As afterwards.
Thank you so much. I don't think Mr. Hassani is ready with us yet, but so I'll move to the question. And here, if anybody wants to ask a question, please go to askac.org and submit your questions, whether it's online or here from the audience, please. DAS Taylor. There's one question everybody is asking when it comes to Iraq. They forget everything we're talking about here. And the main question, is the US abandoning Iraq or not? So, are you able to answer this question?
Yeah, so I think the first thing I would say to that is, something our president, our Secretary of State have said repeatedly, stable, secure, sovereign, a prosperous Iraq is in the US national interest. We think that's in Iraq's national interest as well, and that's a shared goal. And so, while of course I think people are aware of our recent announcement regarding the transition of the coalition presence in Iraq, our relationship is about a lot more than the coalition. Our relationship is about the people-to-people ties. It's about the ties between our companies, the economy, energy, and an ongoing security partnership. And so our engagement with the Iraqi government across the board is really intended to not only maintain the partnership, but to strengthen it.
You've said in your opening remarks about something about the 360-degree relationship. So, but you said also you want American companies to go there. Mm-hmm. Okay, first, but it's not up to you to push the American companies to go there. It's up to what the Iraqi government can offer and make Iraq attractive to these companies. What's your advice to them?
Yeah, so I think what we can do as a government, and of course what we try to do, is we can certainly encourage U.S. companies to take a look at opportunities in Iraq. We can make them aware of the opportunities. We can create, there are events and certainly ways that we can help to highlight opportunities for U.S. companies. But yes, we cannot direct them to take advantage of those opportunities. They have to make their own investment decisions, and they have to decide that Iraq is profitable for them. And so I think there are a number of things that the government can continue to do that would help attract companies. I think the Prime Minister has taken steps over the course of the past year to also increase a focus on private sector development. Certainly the work the government's doing to reform the financial sector is important. That's important not only for foreign investment and foreign companies, but it's important for Iraqi companies to be able to continue to develop. I think the work that the government does to ensure that foreign companies and U.S. companies are paid, that contracts are enforced, that the companies that are there have a positive experience, that's important because companies certainly will look to the treatment that other companies are receiving. And if U.S. companies and other foreign companies look like they're being very successful, then that's certainly more attractive to the other companies that are taking a look at the Iraqi market. And I think, the work that the government can do to fight corruption, to improve the enforcement of contracts, all of these things, reducing regulatory barriers, those are all things that help make it easier for not only U.S. companies, other foreign companies, but also Iraqi companies ultimately. And so certainly we're having conversations with the Iraqi government to highlight some of these issues. And I know that they are also interested in looking at these aspects as well.
I'll follow up on that, but I'll move to Mr. Belhaj because you were talking about the corruption and you consider it one of the main challenges for the Iraqi government. Actually, Prime Minister Soudani, in his recent interviews with Fareed Zakaria, he acknowledged that this is a problem. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I didn't say corruption, I said governance, by the way, just to make sure. But yes, as I mentioned earlier, the issue of having an investment climate that is conducive to investment is absolutely fundamental. Looking at the whole MENA region, Middle East and North Africa region, every single country has one major issue. It's the role of the state in the economy. Very heavy. And any economic determination, any policy is taken on, through the lens of, state-owned enterprises. And in Iraq, financial sector, you have two major banks, Rashid or Rafidain, that are basically, managing the 90% of the financial sector. I remember a few years back, we in a good discussion with the governor of the central bank, we at the bank were able to, open a window there to allow for state-owned enterprises and for the state in a way to be able to, deposit in private banks rather than just in those two big banks. It was just a small window that was open, but still, the weight of the public sector in the financial sector or in any other place is very, very, very important. Now, there is something else, because one talks about the challenges, but there are also huge opportunities in Iraq, and notably, the complementarity between Iraq and some of its neighbors. We have worked with the Iraqi government for years on putting together roads projects that would open the Iraq to more trade with its neighbors, that is Jordan, Turkey, and other places. That too is a huge opportunity, because by going into infrastructure, opening ways, literally ways to trade for countries in the neighborhood, allows not only for diversification, but also, frankly, when countries get into a place where they have mutual economic interests, generally tensions between them kind of, become less of an issue. Everybody has an interest in keeping things moving. So there too, there is something that the Iraqis have been doing, are still doing, and I believe is a way forward. And last point I'd like to make is the necessary intelligent cooperation between Kurdistan and the rest of the country. The Kurdish Republic of Iraq is part and parcel of Iraq, no doubt about it. But there is a need for more there. During the years I worked, whether it was when I was in the Mashriq, working on Iraq directly, or as a VP for MENA, looking at it from slightly more afar, but still there. The tension was going up and down, up and down. There is a need for more engagement between Erbil and Baghdad, and I believe that many things have been done that are positive there, and still some remains to be done in order for Iraq as a whole, to be a platform for investment, not just the north of it. It should be the whole of the country, from Erbil all the way down to Basra and everything in every place in between.
Thank you. I wish we are joined by somebody from the Iraqi government to follow up on these things, because seriously, it's very important. Because everybody is saying that Kurdistan region has very big, and the relation between Baghdad and Erbil has very big potential to impact the Iraqi economy and everything in Iraq. And I want to ask you, D.A.S. Taylor, on this. You've been trying to ease the relationship and help. And also we were advocating for bank reforms, but on the relation between Erbil and Baghdad. What stands on the road?
Yeah, so I think Fareed makes a really critical point here. And of course,
our relationship with the Kurdistan Regional Government is an important part of our overall relationship in Iraq. And we want to make sure that there is a strong and resilient Iraqi Kurdistan region that means also economically prosperous. And so it is important that there are not only effective coordination between Baghdad and Erbil, but I think improved coordination and communication. And certainly we engage both in Baghdad and with our friends in Erbil to see how we can help to support this goal.
The challenges on this, can you elaborate a little bit on the challenges between, is it a governance problem? Like Mr. said, there's a governance specific topic, the relation between Erbil and Baghdad.
Yeah, I think the challenges between Erbil and Baghdad in terms of governance are well known. And we continue to engage with all elements, both in Baghdad and Erbil, to see how we can facilitate an improved relationship. At the end of the day, we cannot resolve these issues for either Baghdad or Erbil, but we can be good counterparts and good friends to both, and trying to support improved communication between all parties.
Thank you so much. I'll move to you, Mr. Tabakshali. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Can you elaborate on this topic?
For sure. Look, I mean, the thing is, there's been a lot of work done by many people on, especially the US and others, between, let's say, the Kurdistan regional government as well as the government of Iraq. But the thing is, in my view, almost all the solutions that people have been working on over the last few years have been technical solutions. I mean, they get to work on the technicals between the two sides. The issue, the real conflict between the two, is not a question of whether, especially when it comes to oil and gas, it's not technical. It's not interpretation of different contracts or different things like that. The real difference, the real issue, which nobody has seems to ever address, and I'm speaking by that not only Iraq's friends, but also within Iraq itself, is the fact the crucial difference between the two sides on how they look at the nature of the Iraqi Federation. As you know, by constitution, we are a federal entity. But we've never defined in the Constitution exactly the relationship between the federal center as well as the peripheral. And in those two, there are huge differences between, let's say, the stance taken by the KRG, which looks at the federation almost in a classical sense, whereby the center is the sum of the parts, with the parts being semi-autonomous, whereas most of the view in the center has been the reverse. So all the solutions, every time we have discussions over everything, they always fail. And you look back to this history, starting from 2006 onwards, enormous work has been done on the federal oil and gas law, on the share of the federal budget. Recently, over the issue over the resumption of exports from Turkey. They all look at technical, but nobody seems to look at the fundamental. And if we don't address the fundamental, we're not going to go anywhere.
In your opening remarks, you're saying that we had a boom because relatively, and you spoke about the reasons, one of them relatively quiet in Iraq, but you were also, and this one of the three external factors you mentioned, it's not internal. How we can sustain, how Iraq can sustain this boom by focusing on internal factors? What can be done to keep this boom or at least sustain some growth?
Well, that would need to be done by sort of, let's say, Fareed mentioned something like the change in the nature of the economy, or same thing with Victoria, diversification. The issue with those, again, we don't seem to be addressing the fundamentals of those things. So one of the questions comes in, diversify the Iraqi economy, which means basically moving away from the dependence of the state. The state is either the state directly or state-owned enterprises. One of the issues with is most of our economy, we have a vibrant private sector. We have a private sector that's actually quite relatively large. However, almost all of it is in the shadow economy, or the parallel economy, so to speak. A lot of it, by the way, is in services, in consumption, and mostly in stuff. We import almost everything. So the thing is, one of the things that we need to really diversify is not diversify away into more restaurants and more hotels and more service-oriented industries. We need to diversify into manufacturing. One of the things we can't do in either manufacturing or agriculture is the fact that we have an obsession with a strong currency, which basically our currency makes us super uncompetitive compared to our neighbors. So for instance, our two of our three largest exporters would be Turkey and Iran. Both of these countries' currencies have pretty much collapsed over the last, let's say, 10 years versus the dollar, which means versus us. So in addition to the challenges that we have inside Iraq, and I think Victoria mentioned two really very important ones, which is basically the rule of law, enforcement of contracts, basically the equal application of the rule of law. That was one of them. Regulatory burden. These are very, very complex things that we have. For instance, we have no banking sector. Without the private banking sector, there is no economy. The changes we've had in the last couple of years, a move is happening, phenomenal move in the move for the banking sector. So that's happening. But you have the other two, which are really crucial. We already have those as obstacles, plus we have a stronger currency. So again, when we work on these things, we don't seem to be addressing the core issues. We go over addressing technicals, which are wonderful, but they don't really provide real long-term solutions. And I think we, as a country, need to have this internal, not so much somebody on the outside tells us what to do. We need to be focusing on that in the sense of one of the efforts that's been going on the last few years is like the strength of the Iraqi dinar. Because we import everything, the fear is if the Iraqi dinar weakens against the dollar, that means exports will become more expensive, which is true. However, if the exports don't become more expensive, we will keep on depending on imports. And that is one of the big challenges facing our diversification. Luckily, the big thing that's happening is the banking sector, but I'll leave it there.
Mr. Belhaj, I want to follow up on that. For sure there's an internal capital cycle in Iraq, but I don't know how efficient it is. I mean, when you get money from oil, how do you reinvest it and where do you invest it? How the Iraqi government can improve that and where, in which sectors?
Yeah, maybe a quick point here on the strength of the Iraqi dinar, and I fully agree. The issue is that, again, without taking any position on it, you need to have volume to export. So so the value of your currency becomes a factor. But if the only thing you're exporting is oil, then well, it's it is. But it's a discussion to be had. Something that struck me in the years I worked on Iraq is that good year, bad year, whether we had oil was whether it is at 70 or at 20, because I was there when the oil was at 20 and Iraq was in very, very dire situation. The bulk of the income is going into the functioning of the state. Which is, again, going back to the role of the state in the economy. The role of the state in the economy is not just through state-owned enterprises and the factors of production that are owned by the state. It's also the cost of running the state. If you have a bloated public sector, not as efficient as one would like it to be, well, then you have an issue. Because if the bulk of your money is going to financing the functioning of the state and meeting your debt obligations, well, what remains for investment becomes rather slim. So there too, there is an issue to be discussed. How can you get into a reform that would allow, again, not between today and tomorrow, but over a long term, can you make sure that the public sector, the functionaries, the administration, goes, the number of people go down? And, there are many ways of doing it. And we have done it as a bank in many countries where, you find, again, technical solutions for over a period of 5, 10, 15 years you can actually, lower the cost of running the state and possibly open more, space, fiscal space for investment that would then trigger what a number of our countries are trying to do, and that is more space for public-private partnerships, where by having the state invest out of this newly acquired fiscal space, invest in areas where the private sector could be, performing as well, whether it is infrastructure or whether it is health, education, you name it. All sectors could be open for PPP schemes and arrangements. And for that, again, you need the state to show that they can put some skin in the game. And to put skin in the game, you need to have skin. That is, you need to have that fiscal space that would allow you to be a player in prompting the private sector to take, considered risks.
Thank you so much. I know you've spent enough time on this and on the MENA region, but I want to understand from you, I want to simplify this to an average person. Can you give me a tangible example? If you are advising, can you give me a tangible, what can be done? Because the growth so far is just 6%, I think.
Depends on the day. Look, 2 years ago it was 7 and some. Then in 2023 it went down to 2 and some. I don't know where we are right now. But the growth in Iraq is linked to the fluctuation of oil. Well, that's why we are all looking at diversifying, so that you don't have that the growth, meaning the capacity of the state to do more for its people, hinging on some geopolitical issues or what is decided in Vienna during a meeting of OPEC. So this is something that Iraq, as a major oil producing country, needs to think through, actually.
Thank you so much. I'll go back to you, Ahmad. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
I mean, just to go back to the non-oil economy, I think the US acknowledged that there was some progress, around 6%. It is still above 90%, the dependency, 90% dependent on oil. Since you are the expert here on this, can you give me in which sectors Iraq made some progress here in non-oil economy?
Well, two things. First of all, I mean, the question of percentages is always should be taken in context. So when you say 90%, it depends. Are oil prices low or oil prices high? So I remember, there was a beautiful report by the World Bank years ago called Redux or something, and was talking about how Iraq was diversified in the in the 90s and 80s, which is absolutely correct. But also they were talking percentages, which basically in the 90s we were under embargo, not exporting any oil, so therefore percentage of the non-oil economy is much bigger than it is. So I mean, I think percentages, like you always have got to take them with a pinch of salt, or in context, in the sense of 90% in what? When oil prices are high, the dependency is over the 95%. Oil prices are low, becomes 80. So, but in terms of what we need, we pretty much need almost everything, almost every sector. But as an Iraqi, I would focus on our agriculture. Agriculture for us is extremely important for two reasons. One is it employs something like 20% of the private sector. Okay, most of it is informal, most of it is low paid, but it's there. A third of the country is in agricultural or rural areas. So we need to be investing a lot more there. Hopefully we will be investing in not mechanized agriculture, because we can't do that. We need to absorb people as opposed to replace them by machines. So I think that is clearly an important sector. We can't hope in any way to replicate the success of Asian countries or other countries and so forth in terms of being a hub for manufacturing, but at least we can start with those two and work with all the areas where they are interconnected. So in terms of agriculture, you come into managing your water. Our whole water system is ancient. Our pipelines go back to the 70s, our irrigation. So we can spend a ton of energy into these areas, which we can create local industries that don't need to travel a great deal. But in terms of what do we need, we almost need everything, because we almost import everything. We almost import even the dates that we export. I mean, we are large volume exporters in dates, but we are nowhere in terms of the dollar value of date exports.
Thank you so much. I think we can go on and on, but I want to take some questions from the audience. Mrs. Taylor, I want to ask one more question about the banking reforms that you are advocating and asking for. What further advancement do you anticipate regarding these reforms if you are asking for more reforms in Iraq?
Well, I think what I would say is, this has been an ongoing conversation between our government, particularly the Treasury Department and the Iraqi government. And so I think we've seen a number of steps over the course of the past year and a half in particular. But this has been an ongoing conversation about how Iraq can make sure that its banks are up to international standards. And I think that there is still more work that can be done there. Some of the banks have certainly operated a little bit more like an exchange house where, you just are, exchanging dinars for dollars. And, the banks need to be, I think, operating more like retail banks where, if there's an Iraqi business person who has an idea for business, that they could come and actually secure a loan. And I think those are the kinds of activities that would both help, I think, facilitate the private sector, but I think also would help kind of show that the financial sector is modernizing. And so, the conversations that the Treasury Department has been having have really been about, not only ensuring really strict anti-money laundering and corruption procedures that are in line with international standards, but I think also encouraging, the modernization of these banks to ensure that they are operating in a way that facilitates the private sector.
Thank you so much. Mr. Belhaj, I have two questions. First, this is from the audience with no name. Would you recommend devaluing the Iraqi dinar in order to make Iraqi exports more attractive?
No, I won't get into that. No, because again, it's very complex, and I must say that Iraq has a very capable governor of the central bank, who I'm sure would be able to look at it through a much more professional and learned view than what I can suggest.
Okay. And with respect to diversification, in which particular, actually we asked this question, but I want just, in which particular industries besides energy do you think Iraq has the brightest future?
Well, look, Ahmed mentioned it. Agriculture would be great. Again, everything is linked, right? Mm-hmm. I was mentioning earlier that in this eye-opening report that we published about 18 months ago, the Climate Change Development Report on Iraq, you could see what's happening with water in Iraq. It is really an alarming. For us, it was kind of a red flag. Iraq needs to do something when it comes to water management. But Iraq is a country that traditionally had, people say that it's the only country in the whole Arab world that has three things, human capital, water, and fossil energy. So there is a need to work on that. And the corollary of it, of course, is agriculture. It would be really important for Iraq to open up and engage there. Second, I've always been impressed by the energy of the young people in Iraq, and people may not necessarily see it because it's not on everybody's radar screen. But the whole startup industry in Iraq is very vibrant. And I'm sure Ahmed can give us more on that. But last time I was in Baghdad, not long ago, I mean, it was about 9 months ago, anyway, before I left the bank, I visited with a number of those. They have all of these factories. It is moving and moving fast. The issue there is that they are engaging in this industry without the proper legal framework that could, or rather, they are operating within a very old legal framework that is not linked to what the industry is all about. You don't need a law to regulate startups. You need, very loose regulation because, by the time you adopt the regulation, it is obsolete because things are moving so fast. So there is a need there to do something in order to get more of from these young people's energy and creativity. That is second. And third, if there is anything that Iraq should invest in really thoroughly and deeply, it's human capital. It's education. And unfortunately, that sector in Iraq is not at the level where it was, say, 20, 30, 40 years ago. Things have gone down big time. So there is also there something to be done for the government to really invest in those. And this is also a place where public-private partnership can be relevant.
I want to ask Ahmed about the startup industry, but I want to hear more from you because in some interviews you mentioned that a new generation of reforms, and we were talking about this before heading here, that sometimes the countries make this plateau and then they start going down. I don't know, do you consider that Iraq is behind or it is good now? So are you concerned that they may be behind 5 years from now because the world is moving in a very fast way?
Look, the real question is whether in all of our countries there is a realization that the state should be a loose regulator, basically giving the big directions and letting the energy of the private sector take over. That's the real question. Okay. And this is a question that we have been struggling with in all of the countries in MENA, other places as well, but in all of the countries, from Morocco that is doing relatively well, all the way to any other country. So the issue is to change the mindset of government so that they can let go of a number of economic activities. See, somebody is not is finding it funny, but let go of the economic activities and let the private. One issue, and sorry, I'm being long on this, but when you look precisely at what is Iraq's private sector now, and again, I would love to have Ahmed's view on it. Looking at it from where I stood, okay, so I'm not smack in the middle of it, so he knows much better. The bulk of the contracts, the bulk of the activity is basically plugged into government, into the public sector. So basically, my private sector would need, roads projects that the government will be financing, and I'll plug myself into that. My private sector will need, I don't know, any other, big venture that the government is launching, and I'll plug myself into that. But the creativity and launching new businesses that would be responding to, new needs, whether it is in Iraq or for export, is not at the level where we would like it to be. And maybe this is also something that could be part of the conversation that we can be having, looking at Iraq, not today, but 5-10 years down the road. How can we, make sure that, there is enough incentive for the private sector and enough of a platform for the private sector to feel comfortable investing, comfortable creating, and comfortable moving beyond just being plugged to whatever the state is offering.
Ahmed, talking about the private sector, where does the private sector stand now in Iraq economy? And also, and what's needed to bring them, to let them jump in?
I think, first of all, I've got to apologize. I was the one who slightly laughed when Farid was talking about the mindset. And the reason why I laugh is he's absolutely correct. But the mindset that we're talking about is not only the mindset of the government, actually it's the mindset of the population. It's not a question of only the government's role. It's actually what people demand. I mean, I was fortunate enough to work on the white paper for economic reform in 2020. I worked there and I was a co-author of it. Half the paper was written as an analysis, which was mostly my contribution. And the analysis was basically to bring people in to realize what is wrong. Because what Farid said is absolutely correct. We are very much like everybody in every part of the Middle East, we are dependent on the state. The state plays a huge role, both as a provider of jobs as well as a nanny in terms of subsidies, social security, everything that goes around the state, normal plus more than that, and we have state-owned enterprise. So the question comes in, we're not going to get change just by putting top-down thing from the government side, but we need to have the people participating or the people believing in it. The thing is, that's when it comes to our private sector. A large number of our private sector, and that's the historic private sector, the way I would put it, is yes, as Farid said, it's plugged into the government. It's either depends on government contracts for roads and what have you, or depends on sort of government handouts. Either they have a privileged access, let's say, to energy in terms of lower, gas prices or lower oil, one or the other. And when we talked during that time with the private sector, almost every one of them was saying, oh, we need government support. What's the support? Oh, low price loan. Oh, we need, lower prices in this. So it's a private sector that is there, but it really cannot do much for the country long term, because it's almost like a government private sector in a way. But where is the exciting part, and that's really where I see a huge promise, and that's one of the reasons why I moved back to live in the country in 2017 and spend most of my time, is been the younger generation. The younger generation has learned a great deal. They've innovated incredible. I mean, I started living back in Baghdad in 2017, and I remember at the time, I knew about almost all the private sector players, especially they were young startups. Nobody in Iraq knew about them. Fast forward today, we have almost everything everybody has in terms of delivery apps, in terms of, almost everything. And there are a large number of startups set up by the youth in terms of they almost cover almost all sectors of the area. Some of them actually are remarkably successful. But again, he comes into the point that where he mentions where they actually operate pretty much informally. And one of the reasons is our business environment is pretty much hostile to the private sector. Our regulation makes it incredibly hard and expensive for startups to actually register. Without registering, paying taxes, and doing all that kind of stuff, they're impossible to grow, because without that, they can't get access to finance. And access to finance, by the way, is challenging as well, because we don't have an ecosystem of, let's say, angel investor network or mezzanine markets or private equity. But the promising part of it is the part whereby the banking sector, the reforms that are taking place since November 2020. And by the way, we've had a number of really top quality, I would not say world-class, but almost world-class banks, but they were a minority. Now they're becoming the dominant. And these entities are beginning to look at lending. We have huge challenges in terms of lending, in terms of ability of databases and what have you for businesses to make educated guesses on whether people will pay, but that's happening. So the private sector, the young ones, are incredibly promising. We have challenges we need to work for. Rule of law, that's crucial part. Regulatory environment needs to be streamlined significantly and other stuff. But, for me and living here, I can see, the green shoots of recovery. They're real.
Maybe a quick word on this. And maybe since Ahmed is involved in this whole thing, it would be great if he can help. About 5-6 years ago, we've been pushing for this whole, new industries, startups, etc. We've been pushing for that. It's part of the new economy. And one of the challenges was that, as Ahmed mentions, that the number of these startups are operating in some kind of a gray area. gray zone, not regulated by anything, meaning running risks, on many things, including on doing things that may be against the exchange, the currency law, etc., etc. So some bright minds decided in Tunisia to adopt a startup act. So we went from a place where it was totally unregulated and very risky to a place where it became totally overly legiferated, forget about regulated, meaning that the government every year agrees to give 200 licenses for startups. Why not 298 and why 201? God knows, but 200. And with a number of, conditions, how to operate, how to do, etc. This is coming from from people who don't understand how the startup, landscape operates. These are young people who need to have, a very open space to create, fail. In the law, in a number of our countries, if bankruptcy can lead you to prison. Whereas the whole startup industry is all about,
bankruptcy.
You get bankrupt and then you stand up on your feet and then you do it again and then you fail and finally you succeed. So my advice, and the problem is that a number of countries around, whether it is in sub-Saharan Africa or in MENA, we're looking at the Tunisian example as well. This is what we should be doing. Well, if anything, Ahmed, please, and if you have a say, make sure that you don't follow that example. It's terrible. It is stifling energies and stifling creativity rather than opening more doors to young people.
To support you basically 100%. I mean, I had an experience whereby we were discussing sort of working with the private sector. And there was this individual who worked with the government for a while who came up with a study that we needed a ministry for the private sector in order to encourage it. And that's exactly what it is. Whenever I work for, my always is for the government is take off your hands. Don't help the private sector. What you can do is change the regulations. The regulations, which pretty much makes it incredibly difficult for companies to register. People look at Iraq's data, and Ireland takes I don't know how many months and months in order to register a company. It's ridiculously complicated, our structure. We pretty much, sometimes we almost like, the way I look at it, almost like the Flintstones. You see the Flintstones riding this car, whereby it's a car, but you look underneath, there's somebody moving his feet. That's how a lot of what we do. So I think we need to change those regulations, streamline them. But also the problem with that is that we suffer from the invented here syndrome. So instead of that, we can easily copy one or two rules, but remove the regulations, make them straightforward. The private sector itself will find a way. So if individuals can have a viable business, they're registered, they can find investors. You cannot get investors whichever way unless you're registered. But you can't be registered because of the complexity, and so on and so on. So I've always been working on the idea of actually take your hands off. Don't interfere. Go to the regulations, simplify them, copy what has succeeded elsewhere. Don't invent the wheel, and take your hands off. Let the market take care of itself.
Thank you, Ahmed. Mr. Belhaj and Ahmed highlighted something very important about the human capital and youth. The new generation is considered the best investment. What the US is doing in terms of the relationship with these new generation, we had past the baggage of the war and these things in Iraq, but now you have a new generation, a different relationship. What are you doing on this?
Yeah, so, I think we agree. Obviously, Iraq has a very large young population, and we want to make sure that we are not only exposing this generation to the United States, but also seeing how we can support their ability to contribute to the Iraqi economy. Education is a really core pillar, and I think that there is a lot that we are already doing, and certainly more that we can do to try to bring Iraqi students to the United States. There's a lot of English language programming that we're already doing and a lot of exchanges that are already happening, but certainly more that we would like to do there. including work that we've already done to support Iraqi institutions of higher education that helps expose even greater number of Iraqis to a US-style education. I think there have also been programs that we've been doing that help to cultivate this culture of entrepreneurship. And I know when I visited Iraq, I had an opportunity to speak to some of the women that have been supported by some of these US programs. Many of them, part of this group of young people trying to start their own businesses. And I think what I learned from them was many of them were doing this on the side. They had to have, a job that they did, whether they were working at a bank, working for the government, and then on the side they were pursuing their own projects, whether making jewelry, trying to sell healthcare products. And they had no other way to find financing for their entrepreneurial pursuits. I know we've also tried to find ways to facilitate, some of these startups. But I think there's certainly more that we'd like to do in this direction. But again, I think as both Fareed and Ahmed have talked about, there's a lot more that needs to be done throughout the whole system to help facilitate, I think, the entrepreneurial ideas of the young generation. But certainly, our efforts are a drop in the bucket at really supporting the kind of education and educational opportunities that would really help promote, I think, the full capacity of Iraq's youth.
Thank you. A question from the audience as well, Mr. Balhaj. What are your views on Iraq's steep reduction of its foreign debts in the past year?
Say that again, sorry?
What are your views on Iraq's reduction of its foreign debts in the past years?
Well, clearly positive. The issue is, as I was mentioning it earlier, what struck me is that even in times where oil was doing fine, Iraq was running a budget deficit, which is a bit of an awkward situation when we know how much Iraq is exporting and how much of its revenues it has. And going back again to a point I made earlier, this is because of the cost of running the state, whether it is defense or whether or mainly the public sector. So reimbursing is great. Having less of a burden is fantastic. What would be even better is really to reduce the cost of running the state so you can accommodate more fiscal space for investment in productive purposes, as we say at the bank.
Are there trade relationships that with specific countries that you feel Iraq has underutilized?
Yeah, I mean, look, Iraq is surrounded by a number of countries that are all in difficult economic situations, whether it is Iran, whether it is Turkey, whether it is Jordan. But clearly, again, we should not have a snapshot of what's happening today because the situation in the whole region is very volatile. What I'd look at is really invest in what Iraq and its engagement with its own neighborhood would look like in 10, 15 years. Meaning, how can Iraq invest today in terms of infra, to open ways, in terms of industries that would allow it to start looking at ways to export and compete with what's happening in other countries, and again in terms of human capital, kind of educate its young generation so that they themselves can start competing on the larger markets of knowledge and creativity. So I would, Iraq is, I don't know how many thousand years old. I believe that there should be a, Ahmed was mentioning a white paper earlier. There should be a clear, 10, 15, 20 years down the road view of what Iraq should be, and not just wait until 2050 in order to, look at it, but because it is planned by 2050, start realizing it right now. And again, time is pressing. The region is in a very awkward situations as we speak. But again, this is a region that was able to weather many shocks. So one, as an Iraqi decision maker, they should again plan for the next 10, 15, 20 years and start investing to get to those objectives, right now. Again, opening up more doors for the private sector, incentivizing more, and education. This is what Iraq should be looking like in 20 years. A hub for more investment, a hub for more creativity, and a hub where young people would be able to really work in Iraq or work outside, but Iraqi young people would be able to get their country's message, their country's promise within Iraq and outside of Iraq. We have a number of countries who've been doing that with way less capacity and way less wealth. So there is a way of doing it, and frankly, if I were to bet on a country in that region, I would bet on Iraq. It has it all. You need to bring about the right, kind of looking forward or forward-looking policies.
Mr. Belha, go ahead.
Yeah, maybe I could just add on to the comment about the region. I mean, I think obviously from a U.S. perspective, we're very interested in expanding our own economic and energy ties, but I think it's also important for Iraq to continue to integrate regionally, economically as well. And that means, beyond economic integration with Iran, economic integration with the rest of the Gulf. And certainly there's a lot of expertise and finance companies that could really bring a lot to bear in the Iraqi economy as well. And so, from our perspective, an Iraq that's well integrated in the region is also more stable and stronger.
Thank you for mentioning that, the integration. I want to ask you, Ahmed, since we don't have anyone from the Iraqi government, about the development road with Turkey. Where things stand now, what can this offer to the Iraqi economy, to specific industry, to the Iraqi people? Ahmed?
This is a very, very tough one. I'm not a government spokesman, so I'll be speaking sort of my own mind on this. The thing is, the development project is very much in its early stages. I think there are a lot of hopes on it. The way I would look at it is somewhat differently than the official view and at what most people look at it. The important part of it, if we can manage to get it off the ground realistically and move forward with it, is actually to integrate our own country with ourselves. We, as a consequence of years of underinvestments, of years of conflicts, we aren't really well connected in any part, even the most stable part of Iraq. If you look at the road between Erbil and Slaymaniyah, it's just a single road. So, and the rest of Iraq is like that. We have some major highways, connecting Baghdad to Basra, Baghdad to Jordan, but we need to have a massive rebuilding of our infrastructure. So I think, for me, the way I look at it there, if that happens as part of the development road, that is the biggest thing for us in a way, because it enables inter-country trade. I think the other part of it is, instead of looking at it, in my mind, as a replacement of this or that, it's something that can fit in with the existing infrastructure. Because one of the things that we do wrong in the Arab world, we seem to either want to do something at the expense of the other. So we want to have more than one financial center. We want to have more than one major airline. we want to have more than one road, but we have, in a sense, when it comes to this, we have the incredible work done in the UAE in terms of their own logistics and Jabal Ali and what have you. Sort of Egypt with its Suez Canal. I think we can fit within that in a way, work. When you talk of regional integration, we don't need to regionally compete on that, but we can actually work on how we can integrate that. I think that is one thing. The other thing which is really important is we need to integrate with our economies, but we don't need to become an import market. We don't need to import everything else. So we need to find a formula. And one of it is, the way I sort of partly see it, is the GCC. The GCC is incredibly well developed. It is people poor in the sense of numbers, not in terms of quality of people, but actually capital rich. It hasn't got a huge ways to grow in terms of its own economies. It's almost as developed as the developed world in a way. On the other hand, next door, Iraq is a country of 45 million people plus, growing. That can absorb their capital. So in a sense of they move to invest in Iraq, it works for them in terms of growing their business, but also works for us. So in my mind, I want to see sort of regional integration, but in terms of complementing each other as opposed to competing with each other. I remember years ago reading our IMF report on terms of regional integration. It never succeeded. Almost all the Arab countries trade more with the outside world than they trade with each other. Partly is actually similar. Dependent state, we import everything. So if we import, we can break that. And I think we need the help of our international partners to do that, because it's not only Iraq, it has to be a regional sort of get together in a sense.
Thank you, Ahmed. I will give you the chance for closing remarks, but I have one more question, Mr. Belhaj, because we were discussing that, and you were talking about 10 years from now, 15 years from now. As a person, I always think whatever I decide or plan for the future, I don't have to forget the fundamentals. And this is what you told me when I was asking you if we are far behind in the MENA region, and if Iraq is far behind because the world is moving towards AI era, where things would be totally different. So is Iraq and even the MENA region is behind? And what do we have to take in consideration when it comes to the fundamentals?
The fundamentals for all of our countries can be encapsulated in two themes. One is governance and transparency and rule of law. That's fundamental. And the other one is empowering the people, making sure that, you talk about AI, et cetera, all of this great, but these are superstructures. But the bottom line is, if you don't have people, if your own people don't trust you, if your own people don't own whatever vision you have, then you can have all the ChatGPT of the world. It's not going to help. And if you don't have, a system of governance that allows for dialogue, that allows for that dialogue that brings about creativity, brings about new ideas, etc. If you don't have that, and if you don't have accountability, if you don't have all that, then all the rest, frankly, won't take you anywhere. And this is why, when you walk, without going into any particular country, but sometimes you see, nice snippets of gimmicks, whatever, nice new toys that people play with, which is great, but then when you scratch just a little bit the surface, you find out that, what makes a country, what makes a community hang together and share the same vision and the same way forward is not there, because those who are governing are not able to bring about enough cohesion and to bring about enough ownership of the policies that they are advocating. And one last point, when there is this fashion in a number of our countries to have visions. So you have the vision 2030, 50, 60, 70. I even one guy was talking about a vision 2050, 2070 or something very, very, very long, making sure that by the time that vision happens, he's not there anymore. So there is no accountability. But those visions become kind of an alibi for going slow, because it's in 25 years. So we have time. When in fact, because it is in 25 years, and because if it is urgent, you need to start today in order to get to that particular vision. And frankly, I've been confronted to a number of these big schemes, etc., over the years. Well, what can I say? I'm less than impressed with the pace and the way those visions are being actually implemented. So that's what I was saying earlier. You need to have not only that vision and the tools for that vision, but also you need to make sure that that vision is fully 100% owned by the people who are supposed to be, profiting from it in a way. The people of that vision is supposed to be addressing, and for that there is a lot to do in terms of having a political dynamic that would make sure that everybody participates fully and participates substantively on these choices.
Thank you so much. Mr. Taylor, the floor is yours. What do you have as closing remarks?
Sure. Well, I think I would go back to what I said at the beginning. The U.S. wants to see an Iraq that is secure, it's stable, and it's prosperous. And we remain focused on making sure that we are trying to develop a partnership that's well-balanced, a partnership that includes stronger economic and energy ties. And I think that's a vision that is shared not only with the U.S. government, but with the Iraqi government as well. I think that the more that we can do as governments, the more that we can involve the private sector, I think that's to the benefit of both of our countries. And while certainly security is an important element that underlies Iraq's future and its ability to prosper, I think this is, we're almost looking at a stool, and we can't have a one-legged stool that's only built on security. Iraq cannot live in full security and sovereignty unless there's an ability for the Iraqi people to work and thrive and have an opportunity to have meaningful economic opportunities.
Thank you so much. Mr. Belhaj.
I thought I'd give
no, because yeah.
my last word. No, but again, Iraq, as I mentioned earlier, has huge potential, clearly, and that whole potential hangs on that need for its governance to be able to outline a very clear way forward, and that way forward is. You mentioned security. Of course, it's important, and it is a very volatile region. But in order for that volatility to be tempered a bit, you need to bring about a dynamic that would allow for people to see, a promise, to see something, down the road, to see that they can actually achieve what they are, longing to achieve. That is, prosperity and for a country like Iraq that is so wealthy, for poverty, because unfortunately there is that phenomena in Iraq, to be managed much better, and for the wealth to be managed much better, and for the Iraq from south to north to be managed much better in a way, so that from Erbil to Basra, as I mentioned earlier, the country is one. And the country is a prosperous one.
It's very important. Ahmad, I know you are not the spokesperson of the Iraqi government, but
Thank God for that.
So, your closing remarks.
Well, look, in terms of like you mentioned, like the vision and so forth, I sort of agree 100% with Fareed. I never could buy the idea of vision and mission and all that kind of stuff. I remember the same discussion we had when we were working on the white paper. Almost everybody was coming up with, what do we want to see Iraq in 5 years' time? What do we want? I actually was a lot more modest in a sense in terms of my view. Or I believe I didn't have the arrogance of actually knowing what I think the country needs. But I thought that instead of looking at that question is what we needed was to look at the enablers. So in terms of the economy, it's the infrastructure when it comes to roads, hospitals, the usual stuff, the infrastructure. Education is crucial for us, and that's a long-term thing. Then the state's role, the state's role in terms of at least ensuring the equal applicability of law, i.e. the rule of law, the challenges when it comes to that, enforcing contracts. I thought if we work on these, then the market would take care of itself. And that's exactly what happens in every part of the world. The issue, I think, and again, it comes to a point that Fareed mentioned, which is basically trust. The problem we all have is we have a broken social contract. Almost all the MENA countries, and I don't mean, maybe I shouldn't be speaking on every other country, but I think at least for us in Iraq, the social contract is broken. The change does not really have to come from the government. You can't only focus on the government. The government is pretty much what the people would want, in a sense. The challenge is us as population. The population doesn't trust the state. Almost all the visions that you see coming up, one of the reasons that they fail is that they are, given from top down. They're not given, bottom up in a sense. You have to have some sort of a dialogue. I think this is the challenge we have in Iraq, is actually mending that social contract, because most of our population, when you hear most Iraqis, and not the younger generation, because I think really that is where the hope of the country is. The younger generation has a very different attitude. But my generation and younger, most of it is the view of, we need the state to do this for us. So in a sense, they're more subject than citizens. And that's what we need. That's the challenge that we all face as Iraqis, as we need. I think it's resolved, can be resolved, but we need to start the dialogue. Once that happens, then we can look at enablers, and then the country will take care of itself.
Thank you so much, Ahmed. I think
it's not... At the end, thank you for that.
It's not
No,
only...
just saying thank you for that. I appreciate that. And
it's not only in Iraq, in Lebanon also we have problem in the social contract, and many look at the government as an ATM. Mr. Belhaj knows that very well, as an ATM, literally. And I can't agree with you both on the vision fashion, because sometimes if you have tools to measure how you are performing and how you are progressing and what impact this vision has on your population, it can be good, can be good. But also I want to follow up on what you said regarding the promise and the security. Yes, the security is very important, but we were told that you have to have security, then you have prosperity. Actually, also it works the other way around. The prosperity and the promise for the people, then they will also help with the security. It can be applicable both ways. Anyway, thank you so much. We learned a lot about this conversation, and we learned a lot about Iraq challenges and Iraq opportunities. I'm hopeful that the next conversation will be in better situation, in better circumstances when it comes to Iraq or Lebanon or the MENA region. Thank you so much, and thank you so much for coming here and for joining.
Thank you.
Welcome to this afternoon's session at the Atlantic Council. I'm Thomas Watkins, the Bureau Chief for the National, based here in DC. Joined today at the Atlantic Council by three esteemed guests and one remotely who will be beaming in shortly. So this afternoon we're going to be talking about US-Iraq relations and how they're going to evolve over the next 12 months. I'm going to start just by introducing each of our panelists, and then we'll get the conversation going. So we'll start with you, Dr. Abbas Khadim. You're the head of the Iraq Initiative here with the Atlantic Council's Middle East programs, an Iraq expert, obviously, and author of Reclaiming Iraq, the 1920 Revolution, and the Founding of the Modern State. Most recently, you were Senior Foreign Policy Fellow at Johns Hopkins School of Advanced International Studies, and you're a former Assistant Professor of National Security Affairs and Middle East Studies at the Naval Postgraduate School in Monterey. You've also held a Senior Government Affairs position at the Iraqi Embassy here in Washington. I could go on, but I think I'll just keep it truncated at that. And then to Abbas's left, we have Dr. Mahseen Al-Shamari. Thank you for joining us today. You're a scholar of Middle East politics at Boston College's Political Science faculty. Your primary focus is on religious institutions, civil society and protest movements, and you teach courses on religion and the state in the Middle East. Currently working on a book and just about to have the manuscript finished, so well done, discussing how clerics shape protests and politics in modern-day Iraq. And Steve Lutz, welcome to the Atlantic Council. Vice President and Deputy Head of Middle East, Central Asia and Turkey at the US Chamber of Commerce. Steve is also President of the US-Iraq Business Council, the only American organization focused exclusively on the bilateral economic relationship. You've been traveling to Iraq a lot for nearly 15 years, and you've led several business delegations over there. And you've hosted Iraqi prime ministers and Kurdistan prime ministers here in Washington as well. And that leaves me to welcome Tony Pfaff. Hi there, welcome. Non-resident fellow with the Iraq Initiative in the Atlantic Council's Middle East programs and research professor of the Strategic Studies Institute at the U.S. Army College in Carlisle, Pennsylvania, which I believe you're there currently. You're a retired Army colonel and recently served as director for Iraq on the National Security Council staff. And you this month published a paper called After Operation Inherent Resolve, How Not to Mess Up US-Iraq Security Relations Again. So plenty of things for us all to be talking about over the next 90 minutes or so. So I think I'll hand it over to each of the panelists to give a quick introduction, and then we'll open it up to a broader conversation. So start on my left with you, Abbas.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. And thank you for this introduction and agreeing to moderate this panel for us. It means a lot. US-Iraqi relations are very important for Iraq, and I dare say for the United States' interests in the region as well. The United States has brought the post-2003 change in Iraq, both not just regime change, but an entire change in the social settings in Iraq and the Iraqi economic philosophies, and everything that is Iraq today is completely different from what was before 2003. So whatever Iraq will come to will be a legacy of the United States government or successive governments and their policies. And that is very important. I think also for Iraq as a country that would like to have establish a new role different than the importance of Iraq before 2003. People looked at Iraq in the past as a source of trouble, of problems in the region, a pariah state. Today, Iraq is trying to gain a prominent role in the region and internationally, but as a problem solver, as part of the solution to many of the regional and international problems. And in order to do that, I believe that a good balanced relation with the United States would open many windows for other similar relations with the Western world and also regionally. So one can never overestimate the importance of this relationship. And I believe that the two countries have been building a good trajectory towards working through their differences and arriving at agreements even on some of the most difficult questions, such as the security arrangements and others. And we see accomplishments being announced and made. And we look forward to seeing those relations progress in the right trajectory.
Thank you very much. And I should note that we won't be taking questions directly from the audience today. All the questions can be submitted, and I'll get them here on this iPad. Askac.org, askac.org, and you're welcome to submit any questions as and when during the conversation, and I'll try and sprinkle some in, and we'll get to some at the end as well. Thank you, Abbas. Marcy.
Thank you. So I had just a few quick reflections about the year ahead, that it's a time of transition for both sides involved. The US is approaching a crucial election that will have a big impact domestically, but I think don't overestimate its impact in the Middle East. I think few people in the Middle East think there's a bit tangible difference between a Democrat or a Republican administration in regards to its policy in the Middle East. There's also an election coming up in Iraq at the latest November 2025, but likely before that. We're expecting to see a new prime minister. We're also expecting to see Muqtada Sadr back in the game, so that will have a big impact. I'm happy later to talk about what I think the outcome of this election might be. We also had recently provincial elections, and the Kurdistan region is coming up for elections in, I think, 5 days or so. So this is a big time of transition for Iraq as well. And this is happening at the same time. And of course, the big topic is the security agreement, where the coalition's military role is being rolled out by 2025 in Iraq, 2026 in Syria, and the transition to a bilateral relationship. That, I think, are the key changes looking at the relationship between the two countries going forward in the next 1 or 2 years.
Great, thank you very much. We'll go to you next, Steve.
Thank you, Abbas and the Atlantic Council, for the invitation to be here. And I'm looking at the topic and the question in front of us through the prism of the economic relationship, which is where we tend to focus at the chamber. And the chamber, as Thomas, as you noted, we're very proud to be home to the US-Iraq Business Council, and we have focused and will continue to focus on bringing more US companies to the table to get engaged in the commercial opportunities in Iraq. And I think the one thing that we think about is that, oftentimes the focus in Washington and in Baghdad is on, the geopolitical dynamics in the US-Iraq relationship or across the region, and just the roles that the security plays. But as Ambassador Romanowski and others like to say, it's important to have a 360 view of the relationship. And for us, the economic pillar is incredibly important, and one that we should be doing more, and that there is more opportunity. Perhaps the one thing that might be a little controversial, I would say, is that when we look at the elections that you were referencing, yes, there's no question that the U.S. election will have an impact on the business outlook for the region and for Iraq. But I think for U.S. businesses, the elections in Iraq, in 5 days in the Kurdistan region, and October, whenever that occurs in federal Iraq, will probably be more consequential for U.S. business decisions, investment, opportunities to grow U.S. commercial footprint in Iraq, largely because I think the reform agenda is going to be driven out of Baghdad and at the provincial level, and keeping that on track and seeing what we've seen to date, I think will be incredibly important. So those elections will perhaps be, I think, more impactful for U.S. business. The last thing I would say is that oftentimes I think when people think about Iraq, they think, in economics or the business lane, they think they tend to focus, rightfully so, on energy. And it is an important area of focus, and we've lately given an increased attention in recommendations to how to make things more attractive for U.S. and Western companies. But an untold story is the diversification of U.S. companies that are doing business in Iraq. You have everything from agriculture and food healthcare, to tech, and financial services, and many others. And I do think that there's definitely continued interest. We've actually seen our US-Iraq Business Council grow from when I started, from around a dozen companies to well over 50. And these are, it may not sound like a lot, but these are companies that are actively in Iraq and working and doing business in Iraq. And I think that's only going to continue to grow. Again, I think it'll be very interesting to see how the elections play out and the reform agenda that the current Prime Minister is putting in place continues to progress, hopefully.
Great, thank you very much for those opening remarks. And we'll go to Tony, who's joining us remotely.
Hi, yeah. Well, thanks for having me here. I assume everyone can hear me fine?
Yes, we got you.
Excellent. So I thought I'd focus my comments mostly on the security relations. As just mentioned, we're going. The big announcement is the Operation Inherent Resolve is going to end. U.S. troops will be largely out of Iraq by the end of 2025, with a small contingent remaining in the Kurdish region to support operations in Syria until about the end of 2026. And needless to say, that brought up a lot of concerns about a repeat of, post-2011 when U.S. forces withdrew, and within a few years, the Al-Qaeda remnants had metastasized into ISIS, and which we are now, coming in on the other end of. So it usually brings up the question has anything changed? And I think the answer is probably yes. So one is certainly the perception, if not the reality, that the ISIS threat is now manageable and that U.S. forces are no longer needed. That was certainly a point that Iraqi Prime Minister Sudani made when he visited the United States last April, and really emphasized that not only is the security situation stabilizing, but it really requires an effort to transition from military to policing operations in those areas. And to facilitate that, he has signed a pretty comprehensive and ambitious security sector reform strategy, backed up by a significant effort by the Iraqi security forces themselves that are also aligning with his other economic and social reforms. So under these conditions, if given that perception, again, if not reality, the presence of combat forces may not be necessary. They could undermine. They can create the impression of instability and undermine conditions for those reforms. You couple that with the fact that U.S. forces are often a target for Iranian proxies. Coupled with the public pressure to not get involved in that conflict, and given the potential for future escalation in that regard, continuing to place U.S. troops at risk over marginal gains against ISIS probably doesn't make a lot of sense. So then the question is, how do we transition from a named operation to more sustainable security cooperation? And that I'll just leave a couple of thoughts. One is we're going to have to get beyond, I think, foreign military sales, or a group of very senior advisors addressing very specific warfighting functions like logistics, and really focus on finding opportunities within this larger security sector reform effort to help build Iraqi institutions. At the same time, as the others have said, no security sector reform strategy, no matter how successful, is probably going to have that much of an impact without economic and social reforms. And so on that regard, the U.S. from a security side should continue also to emphasize interoperability and become a regional problem again. While at the same time, I think others will be talking about this, really emphasize ways to be involved with growing Iraq's economy and addressing its other concerns.
Thank you very much. And Tony, we'll stay on that topic for the time being. There's obviously a lot of other things that we're going to get to today, but you made that last point, so we'll stick with it. There was obviously the big announcement last month with the sort of redeployment and the reassigning of the mission in Iraq, but the Pentagon was very quick to emphasize that this is not a US withdrawal from Iraq. So I'd be interested to hear your take, and then from the other panelists as well, in terms of how do you actually see the footprint evolving over the next 2 years? I think end of 2026 is when that mission is supposed to technically wind down. However, it's conditions-based. So is this a rebranding? Is this kicking the can down the road until after the elections, both here and in Iraq? Do you think it's going to actually make a significant difference in terms of how many US forces we see in Iraq?
Yeah, great question. And you did remind me, I forgot my disclaimer. Nothing I say necessarily reflects the opinion or the views of the US government. They are my own. And it's a good question. And some of that does remain to be seen because we've heard this before, right? We've withdrawn, we've been told to withdraw combat forces from Iraq several times, and we do, yet the number never changes and their role may be modified a little bit. Is that going to be different this time? I think so. I think there really is an interest on the part of the Iraqis to transition from, I mean, it's not only just about ending the coalition operations, it's about really getting more into handling the internal security problems through the processes of law enforcement and not the military. You know, to the extent that that emphasis, so that emphasis is maintained because the threat remains manageable. I think you will see. I think you will see a transition from the kind of joint operations we're still doing. If you also saw at the same time they're announcing this, we conducted a number of raids with Iraqi security forces against ISIS targets. But you know, to the extent that remains manageable, I think you will see movement towards something a bit more sustainable. But a lot of that will be conditions based, and if ISIS remains resilient, I could see that. You might call it a rebranding, but I could see some of the intent, which I think is different, changing to maintaining more of a operational military presence.
Great. Well, thank you very much for that overview. I'm going to open up to the panel, and I'm going to fold in a question that's just come in from Hamza Haddad, which is very salient to this point of the conversation. Hamza asks, won't keeping troops in Iraqi Kurdistan until 2026 to support the mission in Syria create more tension, division in the short term with the rest of Iraq by keeping US forces in the one region longer? Shouldn't the mission end in Iraq altogether at the same time? Abbas, could I?
It's a great question, and a couple of things here. First of all, I would second what Tony just said, is we don't know how the situation on the ground will look like by September 2025 when the first deadline will approach. There will be a different government for sure, a different administration. Now it might be Vice President Harris who will win, or former President Trump. Of course, there will be a difference. And one major difference here is that unlike the 2008 SOFA agreement that was binding, and it was very clear and articulated in the ways that it expires and what needs to happen when the time came, which was end of December 2011. We don't have an agreement for the current presence of US troops when they entered, and when we don't have a binding agreement the way 2008 SOFA for their exit. So, you know, maybe a different administration will not look at it in the same way, or maybe they will honor it, and that's important. We've seen a more difficult agreement, the withdrawal from Afghanistan, that was negotiated by the Trump administration and honored by the Biden administration. So that could be, but I think, as Tony mentioned, all depends on how the situation looks like when it comes to the 2025 and 2026 as well. As to Hamza's excellent question, this is an issue for Iraqis always, is that we see normally a major question being asked: does the United States have a one Iraq policy or two Iraq policies? You know, and that's a very important thing. You know, it's this relationship that sometimes takes a life of its own with the Kurdistan regional government. It gets reinforced when a message like this sent, is that, you know, the rest of Iraq is not safe enough until 2026, so we will leave them in where it is safer. It fits into certain narratives that feed into the difference between Baghdad and Erbil and the internal Iraqi debate. But also it sends a little bit of a bitter message when it comes to the U.S. Dealing with the two territories differently. But in general, I think, it would have been better if the troops were phased out the same way. By 2025, troops will leave from Kurdistan and the rest of Iraq, and then some contingencies will stay. Because for those who want U.S. troops to leave Iraq completely, they don't have a difference between them being in Erbil or being in Anbar or being in Salah ad-Din, let's say. So it really doesn't make a difference for them. And we've seen, sometimes those who want to use violence, they reach with their missiles to as far as Erbil. And those who want the troops to leave through negotiation, they talk about both Erbil and the rest of Iraq. And those who would like to have the U.S. to continue working together with Iraq, and there are many Iraqis who would like that, basically would like to see them anywhere in Iraq where they are needed. I think the other side of it, and I will close with this, is basically that we need also an Iraqi agreement on this. The Iraqis themselves are not speaking in one voice or even willing to delegate to the government and authorize the government to speak on behalf of Iraqis. There are many voices, and each voice is having a different preference on whether the troops stay or leave and how they leave and when they leave.
Thank you very much. Steve or Marcin, would you like to?
I have nothing to add. I agree with Dr. Kadam entirely on this.
The one thing I would say is, by no means a security expert, but what I would say, businesses definitely look at the security dynamic in Iraq and look at its outlook. And, one thing to always keep in mind, if you're a large multinational and you have a presence in the region, maybe your regional headquarters is in Dubai, you have one level of sophistication about the security conditions in Iraq, and it's usually pretty sharp. But if you're an SME based in Texas, going to New York's like going to a foreign country, let alone like going to the Middle East and Iraq. So I think as the business community, we're in a constant mode of trying to educate US companies that maybe aren't really international and certainly don't have a presence in the Middle East on how dramatically the security situation in Iraq has improved over the years. Having traveled there, we've went from, when we were first traveling there to a very heavy, security footprint with the chamber and our companies to one that's barely there in many respects. So it's something we'll certainly keep an eye on going forward, because it's having to have that creates a massive overhead cost for U.S. and Western companies that other countries, other nations don't necessarily incur, and puts us immediately at a competitive disadvantage. So again, looking at it just from that business case.
Thank you very much. And there's lots more security topics that I'd like to get onto, but just to make sure that our panelists get equal time on some of their other fields of expertise, I'm going to turn it to Marcin. You obviously are tracking the 5th anniversary of the protests in Baghdad, 2019 October. We started to see huge uprisings. Could you talk about some of your reflections on where we are now 5 years later, and if you think the US government could have, should have, would have done more to support the demands from protesters?
Yeah, so two separate questions there. With regards to the protests, I think the US's role in that should be small, and it is small. I think any intervention from the US is either electoral intervention, which is inappropriate, or intervention in the domestic politics of a country, which is also quite inappropriate. And I think it really is important to look at what the protesters actually want versus the way that they've been portrayed for specific strategic means by a lot in different media outlets. So people tend to focus on every instance of protest that raises slogans that seem to resonate with a Western audience. For example, if there is a hint of secularism, it gets very much emphasized. Whereas if you look at Iraqi society, there's a development of a new kind of political party which avoids the word secular and actually uses the word civic, because it's trying to
acknowledge a conservative society while saying that it wants a different kind of governance. So it's a very nuanced take on what they want Iraq to look like. But there's also a huge undercurrent of young people who protest for the sake of jobs and because of an economic situation that seems untenable. And I think, you know, the prior panel to this talked a lot about the energy of the youth. And I think there was something, perhaps they're not familiar with Iraqi youth, or perhaps there was something disingenuous in this, but they overemphasize the potential of Iraqi youth while not acknowledging the true challenges that exist across social classes. So the people that you speak to and you're like, oh wow, startups in Iraq, energy in Iraq, are upper middle class or upper class Iraqis. And then there is a contingent of lower class Iraqis that are very active as well, because it's truly their, you know, only way out of the social situation they're in. But if you look at the wide growing middle class, the idea there is that they truly want a government that pays for everything from them, from the cradle to the grave, literally, and they're not that different from their parents' generation. And a lot of the protests in that case were about preserving this. And if you speak to a lot of them, they have this idea that they want to be, quote, like the Gulf, with a population of, you know, 40+ million people, which is unsustainable. So there's a big component of that. There's a component of wanting to fight corruption in Iraq, which is a huge issue that I think everyone in society is aware of. And of course, there's a smaller group of activists who have a strong political orientation and understanding of where they want the country to go, who are the ones that write out the plans for what they want Iraq to look like, who are the ones whose message really gets carried across. But I think we have to be a bit more honest about the full tapestry of what motivates the protest in the country. And then we, of course, always tend to focus on the ones that are like, oh, look, they don't want Iran's interference in the country, but look at the actual opinion polls in Iraq. Iran and the US have the same level of disfavorability among Iraqis. But we only portray the ones that we think is, you know, beneficial to our vision or what we want to push in Iraq. So I really strongly recommend reading more about the protest movements from a new wave of young scholars who have been embedded in them and who have a, you know, more clear-eyed vision of differentiating between the upper echelons of the protesters and civil society activists and then everyday Iraqis and why they would protest. And then, like I said, as for the US, I can't really comment on whether they could have done more or less, because I don't think it's the US's role to do anything when it comes to Iraq's natural development towards democratization, and a big part of that is protest activity. We get very, you know, we get very worried because it feels like, oh, is the country going in the right direction? Oh, is there going to be a democratic backsliding? Is some XYZ party going to control everything? But we also tend to forget that this is a very young political system. And for 80% of its history, after 2003, it's been embroiled in war. So I think let a new generation actually develop before immediately jumping in to intervene or portray them in one way or another.
Very much. And Steve, is this something that you've encountered as your role is obviously trying to expand investment from US firms in Iraq? I see you mentioned the younger population. Is this something that you've come across? Is there more scope there for the younger population to be doing more?
I mean, she said so many interesting things. I think a couple observations would be definitely when it comes to the workforce and having kind of wholesome educations that equip them for, you know, the jobs of tomorrow. So I think, and again, that has to be driven by Iraq, but I think there's opportunities for U.S. companies to help guide, like, you know, as we do invest, as we do business with Iraq, what type of, you know, talents and skills are we looking for? And I think it's important to take those into consideration when you think, you know, what type of economy does Iraq want to have? You know, obviously there's going to be a role for engineers in the energy field, but beyond that, you know, when you look at diversifying the economy, and I do think it is interesting. There's definitely a clique, or whatever you want to call it, a group of people who are very interested in, you know, having that vibrant startup ecosystem, and it is empowering and it does create a dynamism. You know, so I think, again, it's creating, you know, sometimes the regulatory and policy environment and the enablers that allow for that. And there can be, or, you know, a role for outside, you know, U.S. investment or incubators to play. But again, a lot of that has to come internally, and people have to be allowed, you know, to be unleashed and to succeed. But I think it is an incredibly, the youth will absolutely kind of drive the future, and it'll absolutely therefore drive a lot of the economic future of Iraq.
Thank you. Abbas, did you have anything you wanted to add on that?
No, that well said.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thanks very much for those answers. Okay, so let's go back to one of the, obviously, the broader themes that was mentioned at the top. You know, we've got the elections coming up. Question to all of you, really, just a point of discussion. How different do you think a Harris administration or a Trump administration would view bilateral relations with Iraq? Perhaps I'll start with you, Abbas.
Well, we've seen both administrations. We've seen 4 years of former President Trump, and we know how the US-Iraqi relations developed under that term. We don't expect differences in the approach and in the philosophy. You know, mostly President Trump will bring either the same people or similar, like-minded people to handle the foreign policy. And yeah, there will be some changes that happened because 4 years have passed since President Trump left office. So I think it will depend on whether people who will come to receive the office from the current administration will admit that 4 years have passed, because we meet some people sometimes who served in Iraq in 2009, and they still look for the same solutions that they presented then, as if nothing happened between two. Vice President Harris then, I mean, she promised to maybe have her own administration crafted the way that she envisions this, and we expect that to happen to a certain degree. But again, I think depends again who will be continuing to serve under President Harris if she wins, and who will come in as new people. I believe that there are many of the aspects of US-Iraqi relations transcend administrations, and because there are interests that have durability, and there are also problems that have durability, and the solutions for them need to be worked out without regard to who the administration will be. And that's, I think, how the relation will be. I believe that not only we will have new administration in the United States, but by end of 2025 we'll have a new administration in Baghdad as well, and most likely we will have to recalibrate that one as well, and fit the relations into the new reality in Baghdad. Iraq will continue, I believe, to be important for Washington, and I believe that the Iraqis also will continue to recognize the importance of working with Washington and trying to reconcile their differences as much as they can and build towards the future. And what Steve just mentioned earlier, basically, we need to move to the sectors that the strategic framework agreement have not been addressed to the fullest extent, and which was the agenda that Prime Minister Soudani brought with him when he came to the United States earlier this year. He didn't bring any person from the security sector by intention. He left it to bilateral negotiations, and he brought with him people who were interested in the trade and in the education, move in that direction, which is the right direction in my opinion.
Thank you. And one area where we can expect some change is a Trump administration was presumably going to be a lot more, even more hawkish on Israel, especially when it comes to, we can bring Tony in on this one as well, actually, because especially when it comes to trying to mediate a response to Iran. There's obviously we're expecting a strike any day now, and the Biden administration has been quite lax in terms of what it does present in terms of constraints to Israel. However, there has been some pushing back, but we know that under a Trump administration, those constraints are probably going to go away. So, Tony, I know you don't want to talk about politics, but I wondered if you could address this one in terms of how further emboldened Netanyahu government under a Trump regime, I see you roll your eyes, might impact the broader region, especially in terms of Iran-backed militia in Iraq?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to be able to make any comments on what a future U.S. administration might do differently than a current U.S. administration. In many ways. Yeah. So sorry if I can't help you out there. If I were to make some comments on this, it's the problem any administration is going to have is figuring out how to intervene in a process where Iran has lost much of its deterrence against Israel, so there's not a lot of incentive on the Israeli side, to allow threats to continue, to what they perceive as threats to remain. What leverage we have, whatever administration you are, to manage that. I don't know that we have a lot of leverage, no matter who we are, to do that at this time. That could change. But sorry, I said earlier I can't really talk about differences between administrations.
Marcin, do you see this changing how the Iran-backed militias are going to impact civil society in Iraq?
How they're going to impact civil society?
Yeah, just in terms of potentially under an even more emboldened Netanyahu regime, what will be the blowback for
I think there's a transformation in Iraqi civil society, particularly among the group that works on human rights and democratization. These are people who are genuinely committed to ideas of human rights and democratization. They've read all the literature about it. They work actively for it. We can, discuss the personal status law movement right now. And I think one thing that a lot of people in the West have missed about this group is that the US has lost all moral legitimacy among them and is no longer the bearer of human rights that it once was for these groups, to the extent that I've noticed a diminished appetite for American and European funding, barring, of course, places like Spain or Belgium, for example. But particularly the US, the UK, Germany have lost a lot of moral legitimacy within Iraq and within civil society across the Middle East. And I've known, from my personal contacts with civil society, various activists who now don't want to partner with the US or any US-funded organizations. And I think because of their genuine commitment to what human rights actually is, they see the US as a hypocrite for basically funding a genocide in Palestine and now funding an illegal invasion in Lebanon. And I think these Iraqis are ones who have been raised with a vision of a new Iraq that they're working towards, and they've they're now looking for a new way of defining that for themselves and pushing it forward. I think it's a positive development because I think successful civil society is self-sustaining and not reliant on outside support. So I think that's positive. In terms of the impact of armed groups in Iraq on their activity, I mean, they were preyed upon by different armed groups during the protest movement. But a good chunk of that was also because they were associated with the West so much. So I think maybe breaking up this association will actually be beneficial for them when you think about their security. Essentially, it's too early to tell right now, so we'll have to wait and see. But they have transformed fundamentally.
Thank you. There was an incident, if you can call it that, last week, where an Israeli TV channel had a picture of the Grand Ayatollah Sistani, with a target on his face, and it seemed to be indicating that Israel was, going to start systematically targeting senior Shia clerics. Was there what was the reaction to that in Iraq that you were tracking?
I can specifically talk about the reaction of Najaf because I did get on the phone and discuss this with them when it happened. So I think you must have seen, it was Channel 14. They had a photo of various armed Shia resistance leaders, including Abdul Malik al-Houthi. They had also not just Shia, they had Yahya Sinwar on it. They also had the new leader of Hezbollah and Ismail Qa'ani, and then they paradoxically had Grand Ayatollah Sistani, who's been nothing but a figure of peace in a country that has been torn by war for 20 years. And the only way I can really reason this out is, A, they just which is what some people have been saying, just Googled like Shia leaders and came up with that, which is vilely racist. And B, they actually have declared a target the senior-most Shia scholar in the world. And from Najaf's perspective, they're enraged, they're very angry. I think the US ambassador's response was largely in response to that anger in Najaf, because since the ISIS war, Najaf has really been working on trying to work on interfaith dialogue, both within Iraq and outside, outreach to scholars in the US, facilitating conferences, these kinds of things. And to be told that your leader is a target now of this broad, armed campaign against different figures in the Middle East. What I really want to explain here is that it's not that Sistani and everyone around him is insulted because Israel thinks he's the enemy. I think there's a famous Mutanabbi poem about this, and I'm sure that's how they feel about it. But it's that they would have the gall of actually targeting or saying that they want to target such an important figure. And I mean, this was a man who called for Iraq to have its own constitution written by elected people. It's a person who incentivized people to vote. He was very much in on the democratic process in Iraq. He called for desectarianization at the time of the height of the civil war. So it's akin to people unfamiliar with him to targeting the Pope simply for being Catholic. And that's how Najaf feels about it in particular. I can't speak to the rest of Iraq with as much authority, but I can assure you that the Shia community in Iraq, which is the predominant one, feels this way. And I would venture to say that the other Iraqis, who usually have a very positive view of Sistani given his role in Iraq, will share that image.
In your view, was it a simple mistake by the production crew of Channel 12 or 14? I think
There's
Channel 14.
no simple mistake when it's racist. I mean, it's either a racist mistake or it's, Israel really pushing the line on everything, as it has done repeatedly in the last year.
Steve, Marcin mentioned some of the civil society groups that are less willing to take US funding. And I was wondering if you've experienced we're hearing that from the Iraqis that they want more US investment. What are some of the challenges that you're perceiving in terms of getting more US and Western investment into Iraq?
No, very good question. And one thing I just would mention, I think going back to the original question, the difference between Harris and Trump administration, I did want to mention, and it came up on, I think the first panel was the focus that the Prime Minister in Iraq has had on methane abatement and capturing the flare gas, I think with a goal of ending it by 2030. And that's one thing that I think, the business community, the US business community has been very active in a number of projects to capture the flare gas, convert it to electricity. It also helps with the budget and other issues. So I think that's one that we would be worried about if the election were to go one way, because we think that that's important progress also on the health front for Iraqi citizens. Now, yes, there have been historically a raft of issues that have presented challenges, to more U.S. Commercial participation and investment, and they've ranged from, just overarching, just security concerns like we talked about, to a number of, regulatory, granular things, from different customs standards. We've seen essentially kind of legacy or antiquated standards for certain products that haven't been updated to reflect, innovation in certain product. So companies have found it impossible to, bring, new types of products that we suspect Iraqi customers would relish to be able to purchase. So there's those types of very granular, specific things. Corruption was mentioned as one of the key issues in rule of law by the past panel. And I think those are two, overarching things. And the progress that's being made on the banking system and bringing it into the international standards and global best practices, I think is important. And tied with that, is the effort to try to digitize and move things away from, wet signatures, to the kind of the e-economy. And I think, that's a way, number one, to bring Iraq's economy forward, into the modern global economy. And it's also a way to indirectly combat corruption at the end of the day. But those are, so there's big overarching challenges, and there's definitely things that have been more granular and sector specific.
So under a Trump administration, you would expect to see less investment in, I think you used the example of methane abatement to deal with this terrible problem of gas flaring.
Well, if we look at his time in office, I mean, they pulled out of the Paris Accords, and that was basically said everything that needed to be said on that. Now, I think where the business community at, it sees a very important commercial opportunity and meeting a need in Iraq. So the question would be, would there be U.S. financial support through the DFC and other, other entities like that under a Trump administration? I think that would be a huge question mark. Would the Trump administration put money into that? But regardless, I think the business community, sees that it's important. I think the Iraqi government, understands that it's important, and it's an area that we would continue to want to work on regardless of who wins in November. And again, I think that comes back to, the elections in Iraq will probably be more consequential ultimately, for U.S. Business participation in the Iraqi economy.
And beyond the the energy sector, what are some of the other areas of investment that U.S. could be getting more involved in?
Well, we've taken a couple of what we call farm to fork delegations actually to the Kurdistan region, and we're looking at everything from bringing companies that sell and that produce and sell seeds, and the farm equipment, to the irrigation, all the way through processing, produce and the yields from the fields, to the table, and to the franchise opportunities. So that is, I think, a huge area, and it's an area where there's a lot of U.S. expertise in water management, irrigation, and producing seeds that are both climate resistant and can grow with very little water. So bringing that type of technology and making that available in Iraq in a bigger way, I think can have a really dynamic effect on agriculture, for example. So that's one area. Healthcare is another area. Interestingly, I think companies or people would be shocked to know that we actually have more healthcare companies on our Iraq Council than we do energy companies. And again, I think it's one of those untold stories. You have, whether they're medical device, whether they're pharmaceutical, wherever they're at in the healthcare ecosystem, they're not only doing business with the government of Iraq, but they're also doing business with the Iraqi private sector in the healthcare community. And again, that's a huge area of opportunity, to bring Iraq, I would say, and kind of to the international best standards and practices to deliver the best patient outcomes, for Iraqi citizens. So that's another big area that we are focused on. And then one other that I would mention is just financial services and banking. Again, that has implications across the whole economy. So it's important for the reforms that are underway to continue in Iraq and to align with international, standards and best practices. And then that can fuel investment and commercial activity in a whole host of other areas.
Thank you. And I'd like to remind viewers that anyone can ask a question at any time. It's askac.org, and I'll see the question here on the iPad. A general question for everyone, actually. Just in terms of keeping to the topic of the discussion today, I'll start with you, Abbas. What's the biggest challenge and biggest opportunity for US-Iraq relations over the next 12 months?
Well, the change of administration is a big thing, because now, if as I said, the question here is where would the U.S. policy will be in the region, and certainly Iraq is an important piece of that. So that will be important, and I believe that we have this relation that needs to be sorted out. Depends on which philosophy will be taking over the White House. There will be also the question of the implementation of this agreement on the troops. But that all, if nothing really drastic happens, which we hope nothing happens in the general Middle East conflict right now. If this situation takes a downturn and then Iraq is dragged into it, then a lot of what we have been working on will be completely up in the air, because if there is some, especially if there is some decision to target Iraq by Israel, then certainly the Iraqi government will not be able to control some of the groups that are right now they are engaged on a smaller scale, but it can be on a bigger scale. And if there is some perceived U.S. involvement in a way, because say this is not me talking; is how the Iraqis are thinking. The United States is in charge of the air defense of Iraq, for example. The United States is the country that is in control through the coalition and through its troops. So if the Israelis were to target Iraq, they will have to go through the U.S. and it will be interpreted maybe as a green light from the United States. Then the rhetoric and the narratives that are in Iraq right now, if this happens, then U.S. target will be fair game or U.S. interests. You talk about whether it's troops, whether it is the embassy, whether other interest companies maybe. That would be a huge challenge. We hope we will not get there, and that's why I said earlier in the program.
Are we close to that point?
We are close if the current efforts that are being undertaken by the Europeans and by the United States fail and they cannot contain this conflict. Nobody really knows where you could start a war, you could probably control a few elements after the start of the war, but no one really can tell where the fire will catch on. And I don't see many sane people who are in this conflict. So the question here is, can it be expanding in a dangerous way? Yes. And until now, we have seen limited role by Iran in it. We have seen limited role by Iraq. But if it really catches the region by, if there are certain targets that are deemed unacceptable to, crossing certain red lines, then that might turn it in a fast way into a different game altogether. That would be the worst scenario from a U.S.-Iraq relations perspective. But again, we are still optimistic and hoping that this will not happen, and there is the conferences that are being planned will bring some good fruits. Then what we talk about is just the classic challenges that we've been working on in the past few years since we started having mending fences between Iraq and the United States. It's a question of how to work the troops withdrawal schedule, how to deal with trying to establish business relations, those issues. But so probably I would really focus on that sort of fork road, whether the conflict will be bad or will be contained. That would be the one thing that American foreign policy makers have to keep their eyes on.
Thank you. And Tony, actually, if we could bring you in again on the same question. So looking forward over the next 12 months, the biggest challenges and potential opportunities that you see in the US-Iraq relationship.
Yeah, no, it's a great question. I was recently in a conversation with the Iraqi ambassador to the United States who said something very similar. He said, this is in the context of the Atlantic Council's Iraq engagement program, and you have to stop looking at Iraq as a problem, but as an opportunity. And that may actually be as a lot of the folks today have pointed out, that may be the biggest challenge, is finding those opportunities that get beyond security cooperation. So right now, our biggest window is security cooperation and assisting with security sector reform. However, it's going to require us to kind of rethink how we can do that in a way that brings about or supports the kind of institutional reforms that the Iraqi security sector needs. If we can't do that, it'll be pretty much more of the status quo. While at the same time, given the climate in the region, finding the opportunities that we can to help with what's arguably more important, which is that economic growth and social reform.
Thank you. And Marcin, do you have any thoughts about that?
Yeah, I mean, the vision of the post-2003 Iraqi state from the Iraqi government is wanting to be a mediator and no longer an actor that brings instability to the region. For years under Saddam Hussein, Iraq was embroiled in wars, constantly, being the aggressor. And I think Iraq really wants to move past that and has been really working on that, even with regards to the recent conflict in the region. But it's been very difficult, if you speak to any Iraqi administration, to balance Iran and the US. And I think there is a potential in the year going forward for that to become untenable, because truly, I've never been at a point in the Middle East where I don't know what's going to happen next in terms of whether we're going to be approaching something that's impossible to come back from. And Iraq is right in the middle of that. The presence of US troops in Iraq, on one hand, suggests maybe Israel will not attack Iraq because it doesn't want the retaliation to be on the United States. But at the same time, I don't know if that will actually deter Israel. It also creates problems for Iraq and potential of, how, if it's being attacked, how is it going to retaliate? It's just the potential of that to go downhill is stronger than it's ever been, and it's been a problem for the Iraqi government for years. And I think both the United States and Iran have constantly pushed for dominance and hegemony in the country. I think the successful side in wooing over Iraqis is a side that understands that Iraq wants to be a mediator and that respects that, instead of constantly looking at it as, a source of threat in the region or something in which they have to intervene strongly in order to reform institutions. So the prior panel was talking about, I think they called it 360 relations, emphasizing person to person, civil society, these kinds of things. And I just wanted to bring an example from my own experience as an academic. Recently, I find it very difficult to work with Iraqi academics, and particularly when we're looking for shared funding, because of the sanctions on the Iraqi Minister of Higher Education. These have basically trickled down onto every public university professor in Iraq. So it's very, it's nice to hear the things about Iraq and the US wanting to have a good relationship, but I mean, even the most innocuous relationship which is just a research project between two professors, who, let's be honest, no one reads anything academic, it's not going to amount to a huge difference in the world. Even that is being blocked. It's not. Everyone in this relationship has said something and acted a different way, and I think that's the biggest trouble going forward.
And Steve, have any of these sanctions or measures that Marcin was alluding to, I think the banking sector is subject to some US measures, isn't it? Is that impacting things from your perspective?
Yeah, well, definitely in the banking sector, you're definitely seeing some of those sanctions play out. But again, I think what's important is that the reform continues to progress, because at the end of the day, Iraq has to be part of the global economy. And in order to do so, you have to, the financial services and capital flow is absolutely critical, to Iraq's, macro future and, the microeconomies across the country. So I think getting that right is very important. Of course, it can cause difficulties in the short term, but in the long term, it's the sort of thing that does reap results. And I would say one of the big opportunities that we see, historically, a lot of U.S. companies have been doing business with the government of Iraq. And what they haven't been focused on, is the Iraqi private sector. And granted, it's a small private sector, but I think focusing on those companies that can scale and that they can do business with is important. So I know it's an area that we, as the chamber and as the Area US-Iraq Business Council, we're going to focus on going forward, is to try to help develop more of those business-to-business partnerships and take government in a backseat, perhaps. Don't get me wrong, U.S. companies are going to still continue to pursue opportunities with the government, but I think it's important to look for those opportunities with the business community as well. In a prior panel on the challenge side, I'd say there was some furniture analogy, to the stool, and different pegs on the stool, and the economic one is part of that 360. That's important, I think, to give more attention to and more focus to. The other prior panel, they talked about visions for different economies across the region. And to keep with the furniture analogies, sometimes a vision can kind of create a lazy boy approach and just, you can kind of sit there and just want the vision to be fulfilled without, doing the work. So I think that the challenge is to focus on the economic leg of the stool. And as, the governments develop vision plans or roadmaps that are 5-10 years out, for government, the private sector, the stakeholder community to work together on the real tangible, sometimes very granular reforms that need to take place to, inject more investment, to hold people accountable and make decisions. Sometimes just the challenge is, for decisions to be made when it comes to the bureaucracy. So streamlining that, making those reforms, I think, and having the long-term vision, but getting into the here and now and making those oftentimes granular, very specific reforms are absolutely critical.
And
forward.
Can those be undertaken within the next 12 months?
Yeah, and again, I think that's where I think the outcomes of the elections in Iraq will be more impactful because those decisions ultimately will be made, internal to Iraq. Now, obviously the U.S. government will have opinions on some of these things, and for example, earlier this year, there's a lot of discussion between our governments on the Iraqi-Turkey pipeline and the energy sector writ large, but also in health, in agriculture, in education. So there's always going to be that government-to-government dialogue. But I think at the end of the day, the reforms are going to be, driven in Baghdad and when it comes to the Kurdistan region, up in Erbil. And I think that's what the business community is going to look for. And they want to be able to engage too and have a seat at the table, keeping with the furniture analogy, maybe a large dinner table, have a seat there, to share recommendations. What's working in other markets? What are the types of reforms that we need to see, to inject more investment into Iraq and create, more ground up commercial activity as well with that, that positive business ecosystem that empowers the private sector.
Thank you very much. A reminder that we're taking questions on askac.org. One's come in. I think this is one for you, Tony. What lessons from the US invasion of Iraq can be implemented in America's approach to the expanding regional conflict caused by the Israel-Hamas war?
Can you, so I got what lessons from, I assume the 2003 invasion
yeah, that's right, yeah. Yeah, what lessons can the US, what lessons from the US invasion of Iraq can be implemented in America's approach to the expanding regional conflict caused by the Israel-Hamas war?
It's a good question. I guess my immediate response is, or my immediate thought is, just say no. Certainly, I think what's not, I don't see them progressing in the same way for the same reasons. So I think the escalatory dynamic that, that resulted in one isn't exactly the same here. Because I don't think anyone, the idea of a sort of permanent occupation of any area by anyone isn't exactly on the table. And if it is, it's more of a last resort than a first one. Now there's, I don't know that I would do what the United States did in this context, which would be try to occupy any particular territory. Which tells us then we've got to figure out another way to de-escalate and get to a point where that continued fighting is no longer the best option. But in terms of lessons, I guess I would just simply say, I think you're going to have to work with I think there's going to, best way I can put it, I think there's going to have to, at some points, we're going to have to figure out, or the parties in conflict are going to have to figure out how to find an equilibrium with the parties that are still in conflict. There's not going to be some overthrow or defeat of any of the other sides. So finding a new equilibrium needs to be more of the focus in terms of de-escalating this particular conflict, which is not exactly how things developed in 2003.
Tony, do you think we're anywhere near any type of de-escalation? It just seems that the Biden administration is talking about trying to contain the conflict, but it seems like that genie's out of the bottle. Do you see any hope for this being reeled back in anytime soon?
No, to be honest with you, no, not really. Because I don't know what that would look like. There's not a lot that's currently deterring Israel from continuing in trying to meet its current military objectives. What I don't get a sense from Israel is any desire to actually occupy, govern, or any of the areas in which they're currently operating. So with that off the table, all their it's not. Well, without any kind of deterrence, I guess from an Israeli point of view, it may make sense to continue to go after what it considers capabilities and organizations that represent a threat until some kind of deterrence can be reestablished. I don't know what's going to put an end to that. Or on the flip side, some sort of incentive to find a new modus vivendi that that would give reasons to de-escalate. But right now, I don't hear anyone talking about that or see any of that on the table.
Thank you.
May I answer that
Please.
question? I really wanted to answer this question because I've been teaching a class on the Iraq War this year, and I had my students go through the National Security Archive. And one of the really interesting things they found was that the rhetoric in the 90s about Iraq's potential to have weapons of mass destruction was, oh, they won't have it in the next century. And then suddenly, close to the war, it was, they're going to have it within the next year. And I feel like I've seen the same rhetoric about Iran. And I just want to reinforce that people who work in intelligence aren't different human beings. They have the same biases and make the same mistakes as everybody else. And I'm seeing this mistake being made once more. And I think cooler heads must prevail in this situation because across the Middle East, there is a rhetoric, there's a belief that Israel would use a nuclear weapon against Iran. And I think people simply talking about that starts to chip away at the nuclear taboo. This impacts Russia and Ukraine as well. And I think a really important lesson of the Iraq War is to be careful even when assessing our intelligence and what we know about a country. I see people analyze Iraq all the time, and as an Iraqi, sometimes I laugh at their analysis at how completely divorced from reality it is. Iran is a much less accessible country. If anyone claims that they know what's happening in Iran, I can't believe them. And so I think we need to be very, very smart about where we're getting our information, how we analyze it, and not just jumping because we feel emotional or we feel like something must be done, or it's really, really a dangerous position we placed a lot of innocent people in the world in, and I think we must take it much more seriously. If there's one lesson from the Iraq War, is that people who work in intelligence and people who work in government aren't more capable or more smart than the average human being. In fact, they need to be pressured much more, and they need to be forced to check not once, not twice, but 10 times before they make any statements.
Thank you. Some interesting questions coming in, actually. So just to go back to you, Steve, how can the US navigate the promotion of its sustainability concerns, e.g. Previous conditioning its sanctions waivers on reduction of gas flares without becoming overbearing? How should the US navigate the promotion of its sustainability concerns without becoming overbearing?
Yeah, no, well, I think the big role is there, from our perspective for the business community, is to bring the technology and make it available and not be overly prescriptive. I mean, the Iraqi government has their goal, to end gas flaring by 2030. And we want to be a partner. How can we help you achieve your goal? And I think US companies have the technologies, have the wherewithal. So I think it's just showing up as a partner and making sure that they understand, here's what our technologies can do, and here's how we can help you achieve that. I don't think it needs to necessarily get involved in the policy setting and whatnot, but it's just showing up and bringing our technology and capability to bear.
Thank you. And Marcin, to go back to your point about some of the intel around Iran and nuclear, perhaps we can bring Abbas into the conversation as well. I mean, how concerned are you about going back to the 2003 question about this idea that the intel is being overhyped or pumped up to justify a broader strike against Iran?
Well, according to the last we heard about when Iran was going to have nuclear weapons, it was yesterday, because they said in a week, 8 days ago. So now Iran, as far as we know from the intelligence, has it. So that's where it is. Actually, with Iraq, it was Tony Blair said 45 days, not even a year. So, and that's why they needed to do it. So Marcin is 100% right on the issue of, intelligence and how to handle it in a way. It's important, and there was a lot that has been said about the intelligence going into the Iraq war, and it was one of the biggest failures. Worse than that, I think the biggest failure about the intelligence failure is the failure to have accountability. Because, don't get me wrong, I'm very happy that Saddam Hussein was removed. I put my life on the line to do it in 91 and we failed. So I was okay with the removal of Saddam Hussein. But certainly, that doesn't delegitimate the question of whether or not we should be careful about how we craft our intelligence. Same thing here. I mean, it's, nuclear weapons are a dangerous phenomenon in the modern world, and I probably have a different view than many other people. I say that the best scenario is when nobody has them. The second best is when everybody has them, and the third best, or not the third best, the worst is when one side has them and the other doesn't, because then that side that has them will always feel unchecked, and they can do whatever they want because they have that strategic advantage. If we were to stick to the philosophy of having, nuclear weapons, which is a mutually assured destruction and deterrence as, ensured by it, then it prevents conflict. It happened with India, maybe, and Pakistan for a while. I don't know if it will work in the Middle East, because that's a different scenario. But it's the curse of our generations, since they came into the world, and people started to make nuclear weapons, and they are a bad phenomenon. As I said, when people have them, they feel that they are secure because they can get away with what others don't, I don't know. I mean, and the other question, which is really also important, is can you prevent somebody from having them if they have the capability? That's the question. I mean, the Iranians, for example, do have the capability to enrich uranium. They have a lot of expertise. At the end of the day, if they decide, all what their claim is that they have a fatwa from Ayatollah Khamenei that they don't want to use them because, but that fatwa could be massaged or changed. Depends on the circumstances. There are other people. If the Iranians would have it, I'm sure the Saudis will push. They want to have it, and maybe others, those who have the means. So it's. It's a problem, and I don't see a way to prevent somebody from having nuclear weapons if they already have a program set and if they are dead set on having them.
And the Iran-backed groups that are in Iraq, are they still taking all of their orders from Tehran, or does Baghdad have any control over them at all?
Well, this is a complicated sort of relationship they have with the Iraqi government. On the one hand, the Iraqi government is working with them on mutual interests, such as defeating ISIS, holding land. They were important in the beginning when the Iraqi military collapsed. They sort of saved the day. But on the other hand, they are not a monolith. Some of them are working very well with the Iraqi government. and now they are in public supporting the approach of the Iraqi government towards various complicated questions, and from regional conflicts to internal conflicts. And some of them proudly announce that they take their cues and they take their instructions from, or would, if there is a moment where it happens, they would take their instructions from the Iranian Supreme Leader or whomever he represents. So there is a spectrum of these fighting groups and these armed groups. The priorities for the Iraqi government are different than the priorities for the rest of the world. I mean, it's easy to tell the Iraqi government to send the military to fight these groups and put them first. They are strong. Second, they are working with the Iraqi government and they need them. This is a battle that is not on the top of the list of priorities for the Iraqi government. And it is also, from an Iraqi government perspective, too risky to, maybe you would be having a civil war on your hands if you were to have part of your military goes against another part of your security forces. I believe that the best solution for the problem of weapons that are in fighting groups' arms is to implement the 2016 Popular Mobilization Units or Forces law. This law was supposed to tackle the issue completely in the right way, and so far we have, 3 prime ministers that have not, or 4 actually, that have not taken upon themselves to implement this law and put it in force. And the law is on the books. They don't need to have any special genius to solve the problem. It's just the will, I think, and which tells you how hard the situation is. If a simple law that was passed by Parliament, you will see a huge reluctance from 4 successive governments not doing it. So it's not simple to look at it. I think a lot of the decisions that are being made in Iraq on weapons that are not in the hands of the state are based on the current equilibrium of security in Iraq. Iraqis don't want to risk disturbing the current equilibrium that is happening, which was arrived at with painful sacrifices. And not to mention that, one of the reasons we say why the United States troops should stay is because ISIS is still a threat. The government will flip that and say, yes, these groups are there and we need their weapons because ISIS is there and they are helping us. And they use the same excuse. When you tell them, they say, well, once you defeat ISIS, come to us and say, go home. So it is, this excuse has been used, or this reason, if you will, has been given by everybody for various purposes, or everyone with their respective purposes.
Thank you. And Tony, on ISIS is still a threat. How big of a threat do you still perceive it to be?
That's a good question. I think what I would point out is, and it can be hard to get good numbers for it, but I don't think it's down, but it's not out. And this kind of goes back to something we were talking about a little earlier about what the tolerance would be for that extra year of U.S. basically logistics forces or troops in the Kurdish region supporting Syria. A lot of a key factor in the ability of groups like ISIS to sustain themselves is having a safe haven. So if we're not able to degrade ISIS operations in Syria and presence in Syria in a way that presence in Syria is not able to sustain their operations in Iraq, it's going to become a bigger threat. So I think a lot will hinge on what we're able to do, not just in Iraq and keeping it manageable there, but degrading its capability to resurge and grow again by getting at its safe havens and bases in Syria. I think that'll be that'll determine a lot in which way its trajectory goes.
Thank you. And we only have we have a few minutes left, so a couple more questions have come in. This is to the panel in general. Going back to the question of policies potentially changing with the new administration, what ideally would be the pillars of a long-term bipartisan US strategy toward relationship building with Iraq. So I'll do a quick fire if you don't mind. So I'll start with you, Steve.
Yeah, I would say so. Regardless of who wins the White House, he or she will inevitably talk about pivoting away from the Middle East, and that usually is, about military assets and kind of geopolitics. What I would say is that, and this holds true for the region, but holds true for Iraq. U.S. businesses are going to continue to be focused on Iraq and looking at those opportunities. And the key to that future, I think, is creating the business climate. And a lot of that has to do with the policy regulatory environment, rule of law, confidence and certainty into what you're investing into. Creating that business environment that attracts the investment, that long-term investment, not just a one and done, is going to be critical to Iraq's economy and just the future of attracting American and Western investment.
Thank you. Marcin, would you?
Perhaps I'm idealistic, but I think some more straightforward policy would be very much welcome in the Middle East. It's intrinsically tied as a region. I think in the year going forward, the U.S. has to be much more clear about what it's going to do about Palestine and about Lebanon, and that is tied to Iraq's security as well.
Thank you.
Putting it on a more sort of optimistic note, I would look at or refer to the so far the relations between Iraq and the United States and the last, even if we take the last 2 or 3 administrations, I think we had a good relation so far. The two countries have worked through very difficult challenges, and time and again, when people thought that the relations were collapsing, somehow people who are working from both sides on the relationships came up with solutions and came up with solutions and also agreements. I think one of the hardest questions is this idea of whether or not the United States troops will stay in Iraq. And this, those of us who are watching the relations back in 2020 thought that US-Iraqi relations came to a point of just over a cliff, and then the two administrations compromised and two governments compromised and reached out a series of agreements that made it work. I think that also on other, Steve was just talking about this, and also everybody else. The relationships are not monotonic right now, and like a few years ago that were lopsided for towards security. I think now we have a more diversified relation. We have a lot of goodwill between the two countries, and I'm very optimistic that whatever the administration that comes next time, there will be the trajectory will not be affected negatively.
Thank you. And we're just about out of time, but Tony, did you have any closing thoughts on that question?
I'll just say real quickly, agreed with what everyone else said. I think if the theme is going to be, treating Iraq more as an opportunity, not a problem, where governments in particular can be a help is in helping the private sector and nonprofit and so on organizations manage the risk that goes with operating in Iraq. And I don't mean physical risk, but business, Iraq is just a very different place to operate. So underwriting that risk for businesses or providing expertise to navigate it, I think would go a long way to expanding on those opportunities.
Well, thank you very much, Steve, and thank you to all of our excellent panelists for a very interesting conversation today. And it's been a pleasure talking to Abbas, Marcin, Steve, and Tony. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tony.